Filipinos, there are Thai people, they're Chinese, they're Brazilian, they're Cubans, they're Africans, they're Jamaicans, they're Americans. There are people from all over the world, to be honest with you. Everybody supports this president. Everybody supports American ideals of liberty, truth, freedom. We can't thank you enough for supporting us at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We are almost entirely viewer supported. This isn't just our network, it's your network. This is a network for the people. This is a network that's about truth, delivering the truth, showing what's actually happening in the world from the perspective of the average person. We don't take money from big corporations. We don't take money from billionaires and big donors. We are all about the people. We're an independent media corporation. Your donations keep us to support Right Side Broadcasting. Go to our website, go to rsbnetwork.com/donate. Send your checks to our physical address or donate via Super Chat during our live streams. God bless you and thank you for supporting Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Hello, Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Mike Lindell, the inventor and CEO of MyPillow, and I've got some great news for you. Today, you can save up to 66% off all my products, from my MyPillows to my Giza Dream Sheets, my towels, my Roll and Go travel pillows, my mattress topper. I have over 100 products that you're going to save up to 66% using the promo code RSBN, Right Side Broadcast Network. RSBN, use that promo code at mypillow.com or call 800-836-7566. That's 800-836-7566. Remember to use the code RSBN, and here's the great news. Half the money is going to support Right Side Broadcast Network, one of the best networks I've ever seen. Thank you.
Good afternoon, good evening to everyone out there. I'm Joe Seals, live here at the Right Side Studio in Auburn, Alabama. We're looking live now at a scene from Lansing, Michigan, as Rudy Giuliani, President Trump's attorney, is about to appear before the House Oversight Committee. We saw them yesterday hold that public hearing, and now Giuliani is going to deliver some remarks and talk. Hi, people on camera, how are you? I don't know if they're waving at us or what. Are they waving at us? I don't know. Anyway, we are actually here. Ryan Glenn and Philip Torino are here. They're being kept in an overflow room and not allowed in. Only still photography is allowed inside. This is the Michigan State House feed. There you see House TV that they've provided us with, and we're bringing to you live now in full. We'll try to get Brian and Philip on here in just a little while. And maybe if there's a brief recess period, or if maybe at the end of the hearing. But I also wanted to remind you guys, we're also going to be in Georgia tomorrow morning. As you saw, we were there today to cover the press conference, but with Lynn Wood and Sidney Powell. But tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. at the Georgia Capitol, the Georgia Senate Government Oversight Committee will hold a meeting on state elections. So we'll be there for that tomorrow and bring you live coverage of that tomorrow morning. We're going to be everywhere covering these hearings and these press conferences because the mainstream media is not doing their job. They refuse to show. So we are going to be all over the place. We hope that you are enjoying our coverage. We're doing the best we can. We're stationed in 3 or 4 different cities right now, trying to make sure that we're available to cover these when they pop up. They happen so quick that you have to be really quick. And travel booking sometimes is difficult, but we're going to do everything we can to be there for you. We're just a little company from Auburn. I'm broadcasting this right now out of a small bedroom office, and the kind of views that we get are insane, and it's really a cool story at how we've been able to grow over the years, and hopefully we'll be able to continue on for 4 more years covering President Trump. Either way, we're still going to be around doing something. We'll just become the resistance if doesn't work out our way. We'll become the resistance, and we'll continue on. But there's also a Trump rally Saturday in Georgia, Valdosta, Georgia. We're going to be there for that. It's going to be absolutely massive. We'll have the dual cam set up and everything for you. So don't miss that. It's going to be fun. We appreciate all you so much. If you'd like to help Right Side get to these events, because we're viewer supported, we don't take donations from big investors because we want to only be beholden to you, the viewer. That's why we're able to show you this kind of stuff, because there's nobody behind the scenes saying, hey, you can't do that. Just tell Trump he needs to concede. That's not how we do things here. We just show you what's happening on the ground, let you decide for yourself. You're smart enough to decide for yourself. So that's what you get here, the whole truth. And so that's all. I just wanted to say hello really quick. Appreciate all of you. Appreciate our partner, MyPillow. Mike Lindell is a patriot. He's come up with, he's given us one of the best promo codes out there. I can't believe that we actually got it. So if you have some Christmas shopping left to do, I encourage you. I just did this today. Everybody in my family, all my friends, they're all getting MyPillow. So if you'd like to support RSBN, we get half the proceeds from all sales. So if you want to get some Christmas shopping done and help us at the same time, mypillow.com, and use offer code RSBN at checkout for up to 66% off. They've got some really cool stuff, not just pillows, but they've got towels. I've got some of the towels that they ordered, just really soft and absorbent towels. Also, I've got the Giza Dream Sheets. I absolutely love them. And don't forget the dog beds. My 2 dogs love the dog beds. MyPillow.com. Use offer code RSBN and save up to 66%. Appreciate Mike very, very, very much. We're doing a bus tour that he is helping sponsor, where we're going to do, I think, 28 rallies in 12 days or something like that. Crazy. All right, my friends, back to the action, or lack thereof right now, but it will start soon. Thank you all so much for tuning in. If you're not subscribed yet on YouTube, make sure you subscribe, because we need 1 million subscribers. We want to get to 1 million subscribers before the end of the year. I think that's definitely within reach, and we can't thank you enough. And also, thank you and hello to everyone watching on Diamond and Silk social media. We appreciate y'all more than you know. Diamond and Silk, great friends of ours. We're going to fight till the very end. We're not giving up. Thank you for all that you do for us. We'll see you back here soon. Enjoy the hearing.
All right, the House Oversight Committee will come to order. Would the clerk please take attendance?
Chair Hall.
Here.
Representatives Riley.
Here.
Weber.
Here.
S. Johnson.
Here.
LeBave.
Here.
Schroeder. C.A. Johnson.
Here.
Camilleri. Here. LeGrand. Mr. Chair, you do have quorum.
All right, thank you. Vice Chair Riley makes a motion to adopt the minutes from the September 10th, 2020 committee. Without objection, the minutes are adopted. Vice Chair Riley makes a motion to adopt the minutes from the November 7th, 2020 committee. Without objection, the minutes are adopted. Vice Chair Riley makes a motion to adopt the minutes from the November 19th, 2020 committee. Without objection, the minutes are adopted. We haven't adopted our minutes for a while, guys. So, all right. I don't think we have any absent members, do we? One? Okay. So I'll make a motion right now to excuse absent members. Without objection, the absent members will be excused from today's meeting. All right, that's all. We got that out of the way. So I'm Matt Hall. I'm chairman of the House Oversight Committee here in Michigan. We've been tasked by Speaker Chatfield to look into elections here in Michigan. Some of this we did before the election, actually, with an audit from the Auditor General about about our elections, about people on the voter rolls who weren't supposed to be there, and a process on how to remove them. And we've been working through that. We've been working through this audit that found that there were people who weren't trained that were administering elections. And we've worked together in a bipartisan way to remove, to pass laws to publicize that they need to post. We're going to publicize the people who don't do their training, because I think they need training. And we had the Antrim County clerk in, and it's clear she needs a lot of training, trust me. So we got that going. So we worked together there. We brought in clerks from different counties across Michigan to hear from them about how we can improve our election processes in our state. You probably know our last election was the first time in a general election that we had Proposal 3. And Proposal 3 led to widespread absentee voting in our state. And that is something we need to evaluate. That's very much within the role of an oversight committee, is to look at how these laws are working. So we've done that. We've listened to Republican and Democrat clerks to hear their ideas on how we can improve our laws moving forward. We've issued subpoenas to our Secretary of State. You probably know that millions and millions of these mailings went out to people, unsolicited absentee ballot applications. And I got calls and emails from people who say that this person died. This person moved out of state 10 years ago, but yet they got these applications. And so we took a pretty much unprecedented step to issue subpoenas in order to get to the bottom of how this list was created, why did they send this? So we can look at that and we can improve moving forward. So that's been a lot of the role of this committee. You know, citizens have serious concerns about the election in Michigan. They've expressed that concern to myself and other legislators. We've received thousands of phone calls and emails. Elections must be trustworthy and accurate. That includes access and transparency for observers, correct tabulations, and proper checks to ensure votes are legally cast. Citizens become frustrated and demand answers when a large number of precinct tabulations don't reconcile, or when election observers for one party feel they were treated unfairly, or when an independent audit is not performed. Elections are the cornerstone of our system of government, and we have a responsibility as legislators to ensure trust in voting results. Mr. Giuliani will be coming before our committee today. He's expressed concerns with how Michigan conducted its elections, and he's President Trump's personal attorney. This hearing allows the people of Michigan to go straight to Mr. Giuliani to evaluate evidence presented by him and get answers that we're seeking. We'll also be able to talk to people who have firsthand experience with alleged voter fraud in our state, and we want to hear their stories. We want people to listen to those and an opportunity to ask questions and to learn more about those things. And then ultimately we can make a decision about whether it's true fraud or not. But we have to have these discussions. When certifying the election results, Michigan's Board of Canvassers is made up of 2 Democrats and 2 Republicans. They unanimously asked this legislature to look into issues that have arisen from this election and to hear public testimony. The Board of Canvassers, in a bipartisan vote earlier, requested the Secretary of State demand processes are better followed in Detroit. We are fulfilling the board's request by holding this hearing, and we will request the Secretary of State improve election processes when problems are found. So I hope today's hearing will be constructive as we examine our state's election system and work to reestablish trust. I feel strongly that our democracy depends on discussions like the one we're about to have today. With that, I'd like to welcome up Mr. Giuliani and Jenna Ellis, the attorneys for President Trump. Yeah, wherever. That's right. There's one there, and I think there's wherever you want to sit. There's
Mr.
2
Chairman,
mics.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, Mr.
Yes.
Chairman. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Hold on. Do you have a point of order?
Yes, I do, Mr.
What's your
Chairman.
point of order?
I would like to ask Mr. Giuliani to please stand and
You're
raise
out.
your
No,
right
that
hand
is not a point of
to
order.
please be sworn before
Not a
this
point of
committee.
order.
Mr. Chairman,
Please stop.
Mr.
That is
Chairman,
out of line. You're
it
out
abs-
of order.
Mr. Chairman, it is.
You have a point of order.
Yes, I do, Mr.
What's your
Chairman.
point of order?
My under the law, I have the right before this committee as a representative to swear any witness before this committee to uphold the law. That is my
not gonna
right
allow
as
that.
It's my right as a
Allow
representative.
that. Let's continue. And let
Well then,
Giuliani
Mr. Chair,
testify.
I appeal the rule of the chair, and I'd like to ask the committee to please take a vote on this ruling because it is my right as a representative to make sure that anybody before this committee is truthful, and we have the right as members to swear anybody.
All right, then let's call the roll.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Point of order, Mr. Chairman. A motion to swear a witness in requires a vote of this committee.
No, it does not.
All right, we're gonna go with these. That's fine. Let's just do it. You ready? We'll take. You gonna? Okay. Okay. And can I speak to it? And what order?
So the first, his subject's was
All right, and then, all right, so you call the roll on the motion, which is to appeal the ruling of the chair.
On the motion to appeal the ruling of the chair, Chair Hall,
No.
Representative Riley. No. Weber. No. S. Johnson. No. LeBave.
No.
Schroeder. C.A. Johnson.
Yes.
Camilleri.
Yes.
LeGrand. Yes. Mr. Chair, you have 3 yeas, 5 nays, no pass. With that, the ruling of the chair stands.
All right, so with that, Mr. Giuliani, please proceed with your testimony. and Jenna Ellis as well. We want to hear you, and then we'll call up witnesses after that. Thank you. You gotta push the red button.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, it's my understanding that I'm here in my capacity as an attorney, not as a witness. If you want to question me as a witness, that's a different matter. But also, I'm the attorney for the president. Ethically, I don't know what that would mean if you turned me into a witness.
Yeah, you're here to testify. No one's under oath. This is like any committee hearing, sir, where we're just taking testimony from members of the public to talk about what happened here in the election.
Just my understanding from appearing before Congress many times is, when I appear in the role as a lawyer, I'm not under oath. When I appear as a witness, I am under oath.
Yeah, and sir,
When I appear as the attorney for someone, and it's a case involving them, it would be unethical for me to be a witness. But
yeah, and sir, here in Michigan, we don't administer oaths to people who testify. It's almost unprecedented in this legislature.
Well, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
It is our right, to be clear, though, to do so.
Out of order.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to be very brief because I have a number of witnesses, and the whole purpose of asking for this hearing is because for 4 weeks, 5 weeks, 6 weeks, all we've heard is that there are unsubstantiated allegations of fraud. It began as unfounded allegations of fraud. Then it became unsubstantiated allegations of fraud. Then it became allegations of fraud, but not big enough to overturn an election. And then it became allegations of fraud that really couldn't be completely investigated between now and the election, but are going to require substantial investigation after the inauguration. So it's changed a great deal, but in that period of time, no one's bothered to look at the evidence. No one's bothered to listen to the witnesses. I'm not a witness. I didn't witness any of this. Everything I'm presenting to you, I'm presenting you as a lawyer. These are the words of other people. And in your case, in the state of Michigan, people who are citizens of your state, who observed fraud. And I must say, observed fraud on what I would consider, I would also consider myself an expert on prosecuting fraud. I would consider a massive amount of evidence. What I'm holding in my hand are affidavits. These are sworn under oath. They have the power of evidence because they're sworn under oath. These are the things on which you bring indictments. And they allege massive cheating, particularly on the part of the Democrat Party of Detroit, to the extent of easily 500,000, 600,000, 700,000 illegal votes, calculated many different ways. The second part of the case is an analysis of the voting machine that you used in much of the state, I believe much of the state, not all, Dominion, which broke down in Antrim County. That alerted people to take a look at it, and lo and behold, it became a tremendous surprise to the people of America. Did you want this closer? I'm sorry. It was a very big surprise to me that our votes are sent out of the United States. It's also a big surprise to me that our votes are counted by a foreign company. And it's even a bigger surprise to me that if you do the slightest bit of due diligence, you will find out that this company has been in trouble many, many times, was just disqualified in the state of Texas, under another name was thrown out of Chicago. In its infancy, had ties with Hugo Chavez, Venezuela, conducted fraudulent elections in 2 South American countries, and have been disqualified in several other countries and states. It appears as if whoever your elections officials are selected this without the slightest bit of even Googling the company, where if you did, you would find out that it's considered to be the most insecure voting machine available to us, and has resulted in enormously terrible problems. I'd like to put into the record a letter written by my congresswoman many years ago, Carolyn Maloney, who pointed out all of the problems with this company, Dominion. I'd also put in the record letters from Elizabeth Warren and somebody else that I can't remember right now, but another United States senator. I have no idea what you were doing with this company. And one of the things I would suggest is you take a good look at just how you came about taking on a company that has this terrible record. We've had occasion to examine now the machine that faltered. We have preliminary data on how it can be invaded. We would need to examine the rest of the machines. And if we did, we could probably tell you to some degree of certainty exactly how many votes were changed, the formula by which they were changed, and if they were directed overseas, because there are some indications that the vote was being sent to Frankfurt, Germany, or to Barcelona, to a company called Seitel. That's a brief overview, but I think I would rather start because this woman, I was just asked the indulgence of the committee. Miss Jacob is a very, very fine woman. She's never testified before. She is exceedingly concerned for many reasons. And if everybody could just be courteous in questioning her, I would really appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
So I'd like to call Jesse Jacob.
All right, Mr. Mayor. And just to be clear, I didn't say this before. The way we're going to run this format, my goal is to be done by 9. That's about 3 hours. We might go a few minutes over since I came in late. That's the goal. We're going to allow each witness to come up, and at that point, we'll allow members of the committee to ask a question. The question has to be germane to the topic. This is about the Michigan elections, okay? I'll allow one question per member, no follow-ups, one question, okay? That's how we're going to do it for each witness. And you know, that's because of the shenanigans. I was going to allow a little leeway, but I'm not now. All right, we're going to do one question per witness. We're going to go through each one. I call them witnesses, but people who are testifying here. And then lastly, at the end, Mr. Giuliani will take those questions. That's how we're going to do it. So I understand Jesse Jacobs is first.
Could I have Jenna say a word or two?
Yes, of course. Why don't you go ahead?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the committee. And I appreciate your calling this session, Mr. Chairman, and that we have members that are both Democrats and Republicans here. But you're all here in your capacity as legislators, and this is not a political question. This is a legal one. When you have what you will see before you as substantial evidence of fraud and corruption in an election, it's your obligation under the United States Constitution to not allow the corruption to continue. And under Article 2, Section 1.2, the state legislators are the entity that our founders specifically vested with the authority to ensure against a corrupt popular vote. So at the end of the evidence and the testimony that we present today, we are going to be asking you to take action on this. You've already heard from a number of witnesses and other people and evidence over the past day and a half. I would ask you all to put aside your party affiliation and look openly and honestly at these witnesses and this evidence, because here we're all Americans. And our founders specifically provided this tool, the state legislature, to be able to combat corruption or foreign influence when that happens in an election. We sit before you today on behalf of the President of the United States, but as he said today in a speech from the White House, it's his sworn duty and obligation to make sure that election integrity and free and fair elections are preserved in this country. And we will be asking you, after taking a look at the testimony presented today, to take that oath that you have made as state legislators very, very seriously. The law is on your side because the U.S. Constitution is on your side. And we would be happy to answer any questions about that at the end of this proceeding, but thank you very much for your time and attention today.
Thank you, and there will be questions about that, I assure you. Are we ready for Ms. Jacobs? Mm-hmm. All right, please, Ms. Jacobs, when you're ready, come forward. Welcome to the House Oversight Committee. And when you sit down, you push the red button there. That'll turn on the microphone, and you can speak. And just to be clear, if you speak, we're not. When you're done, we'll allow one question per member, but we're not We're not going to interrupt you. So I just want everyone to be cognizant of the fact our goal is to be done, a little after 9. So welcome and thank you for coming here today to tell your story.
With Miss Jacob is her husband. Your full name is?
Sunny Jacob. Sunny Jacob.
And your full name is?
Jesse Jacob.
And Jesse, you're a resident of Detroit?
Yes, I am.
And you were born in India, is that correct?
Yes, I am.
And you came to the U.S. in 1985?
That's true.
And you and your husband became United States citizens?
Yes, in 1995.
And how many children do you have, Jesse?
3 children.
How old are they?
The older one is 36, and the second one is 32, and the third one is 24.
And what do they do?
The older one, she's my oldest daughter. She's practicing in the emergency medicine physician at Washington, D.C. since 2014, yes.
And
my son,
your son?
he's doing his fellowship in child and adolescent psychiatry at Dallas Southwestern University Medical Center.
And your youngest daughter?
She's a third-year med school student at Wayne State.
Congratulations. So let's get right to it. On September, you've been an employee of the city of Detroit for many, many years. Is that correct?
That is true.
Approximately how long?
Since 1986 August.
And you have the title of head engineer?
Yeah, that's my current title.
And on September 8th, you were assigned to election duties, were you not?
That is true.
And you were assigned to the 3rd floor of the election department.
The 4th floor. The 4th floor of the
okay.
election department at West Grand Boulevard location.
And what were you told you were supposed to do?
The first day, basically, we were all, it's about, let me see how many people, about 40 to 60 people on that floor. We were, first they were, giving all kinds of instructions, how this training is going to be. And then in the afternoon, we started opening the mails that was received to the headquarters. That is the mail for application for absentee ballot request. So basically, that's what we were doing the whole week, first week, starting from September 8th. I started at 9 a.m. It was 9 to 4 p.m. So the entire group was working from 9 to 4, opening the mails, sorting out the mails. And we were asked to sort out according to the counting board, 134 counting boards. So there are 134 counting boxes set up, so you can sort out the applications that you have opened.
Did there come a time, Ms. Jacob, in about the 3rd week of September, when you were asked to change date?
So about I think they're around September 20th or 22nd. Yeah, I would say 22nd, 3rd week of September. We were kind of started packing, making the ballot packages to be sent to different citizens. And what we do is we will do for different counting boards, 50 pack, 50 application will be there. So you will be making packages of 50 ballots. And on the floor, they will let you know what date need to be put on that package, the mailing date for that ballot. So I notice time to time, basically every day, whenever you prepare that package, the ballot package is always either 3 days, back date, 3 days, not the same day, always days before that date.
So starting on the 20th of September.
22nd.
22nd?
Yes.
22nd of September.
Yes.
For some days thereafter.
Yes.
Each day you were given a different date.
Yes.
In order to backdate.
Yeah. Yes.
The application. Is
yes.
that right?
Yes.
And it was a different date each day?
Sometimes you use the same date, maybe consecutive days, maybe you will use the same date, but it was different.
But it was never the correct date.
It never be the same day, the day you are preparing the package.
In other words, it was a false statement.
Yeah, it was a date prior to that date that you are preparing the
Who told you to do that?
whoever was the supervisor on the floor that day.
Was it one supervisor or more than one supervisor who told you to backdate it every day?
There were more than one supervisor, not just one, more than one. So I would say 1 to 3 supervisors.
And how long did you have that position? Until you left that position after a short while.
Yes.
Can you tell us how long you held that position?
Yeah, I worked at the 4th floor of the election department till October 2nd, that's a Friday. September 30th, I was sent for training for the QVF trainings. September 30th and October 1st, I was at training. Then October 2nd was my last day working at the election headquarters. And from October 5th onwards, I was asked to work as a processor at one of the satellite sites. Out of 23 satellite sites, first I was sent to Cromwell Recreation Center at Lasher and 6 Mile. Then I was asked to go to Common Air Recreation Center at Bradbury Drive near downtown from October 12th.
Well, up until the time you left,
Yes.
how many co-workers did you have when you were backdating the documents?
You mean at the election headquarters?
Yes, at the original place that you worked.
Okay. After I think around September 15th or so, they started the second shift. Until then, it was only from 9 to 4, one shift. Then they started another shift from 5 to 11. So 2 shifts. So I would say, if you add all of them, let's see. I would say around 80.
About 80 workers.
Yes.
And to your knowledge, were they all instructed exactly like you were?
Yes.
To falsify the document?
Yeah, when they were preparing the ballots to be sent, the ballot package.
So the ballot package had a false date on it when it was sent out, deliberately?
I mean, what basically is that date that you put on that ballot package, that will be entered to QVF as the ballot mailing date. That's what it is.
And then the law requires, doesn't it, you correct me because you know it much better than I do, that within 24 hours of your receiving the application, you have to respond. Is that correct?
Yeah, per the state of Michigan's official manual, you are required to issue a ballot within 24 hours of the request, the application request. That's what I read in the Michigan official's manual, the chapter 6. That's what it is written. So I don't know, when I was preparing the package, when I was preparing the package in 3rd week of September, I even saw applications from June, July, August. So.
And what happened to the June, July, and August applications? Were they dated differently?
No, the application, the citizens' applications, the date citizens submitted that application, it was from June, July, August, but we were preparing the ballots in September after 2-3 months later.
So during the period of time you were there doing it, which you estimated was about 10 days,
yes.
Would you say that about 100,000 false documents were created?
Yeah, from September 22nd till, I would say, till September 30th. Yeah, about 10 days. I mean, I was there till October 2nd.
And you estimated, when we went over this, about 10,000 a day.
Yeah, anywhere between 10,000 to 15,000. Yeah, sometimes we will be able to complete. I even remember 14,000 packages. Sometimes it's 12,000. So you can just, to be on the safe side, you can say 10,000 per day. That's a good number.
And just before we leave this, would your supervisor say this to all of you publicly? In other words, he would say, today, the date we're going to use is
This day.
whatever.
Yes. Yeah, that's the
In other
announcement.
words, you had the phony date of the day. to
Yeah,
put
that's
down.
the announcement they will make. Yes, on the floor. Yes.
Then on then you were transferred and you went for training.
Yeah, on September 30th from 9 to 11:30 p.m. a.m. Then also on October 1st. Those were the 2 days I was sent for training at Wayne County Community College. From 9 to 11:30 morning session. Then afternoon you will come back to the election headquarters.
And what do you remember of your training? What were you told during the training?
It was not good.
It was not good?
No.
Well, how wasn't it good?
I mean, first of all, when I was at the Wayne County Community College from 9 to 11:30, it's about, I would say, around 20 to 25 people. There were 2 groups, so I was with the second group. The first group training was from September 28 and 29, first group. I am with the second group, September 30th and October 1st. About, I would say, around 20, 25 people in each group. But what I found out when I went there, I tried to log into one of the laptop. It was not working. Then I tried another one. It was not working. So we had problems with the laptops. I couldn't even log into the system. So I was told by the instructor, just listen, just listen. You don't need a laptop. Okay, so basically we were just I would say at least out of 20, 25.
Now, you have a tape recording of this, don't you? That you don't want to share because you don't want the person who said this hurt. Is that correct?
No. So what I did was, since I didn't have a laptop, I didn't have nothing in front of me, I asked the instructor, can I record your lecture? Because I have to be, from October 5th, I have to be by myself. I have to work as a processor. So I want to learn something. So I asked the instructor, can I record your lecture? She said, sure, you can record. So with her permission, I recorded the lecture.
So when we listened to it last night, did the instructor from the city of Detroit tell you it doesn't matter if the address is wrong or the birth date is missing or there are no names? You must try and find a birth date.
Yeah,
and if the signatures look different, find something about them that's the same. No application should be rejected. Is that the sum and substance of what? Was it a she or a he?
That's a she.
Is that what the female told you?
Yeah, in a nutshell, that's what basically, you have to do everything to make sure, that water, at the end, that water should get a ballot and vote. So
even if the address was wrong.
See, sometimes when the voters walk in, they just give you the house number and the street name, but you have different ways to, you can search the voter, different ways you can locate the voter. Sometimes you are lucky, you will be able to find everything for that voter, then you can process the ballot. But that won't be the case for everybody.
And suppose you can't find everything for that person. What do you do then?
The instructors sometimes tell you, you should set aside that application and we will send that application back to the election headquarters, let them take care of it.
And when you did that, what happened to it?
I don't know what happened after that. I don't know. It was sent. And also I was also instructed with regard to how to verify the signatures. You have to do everything so that the signatures, you have to match it.
Well, during the time that you worked there, which should be about a month,
yes,
except for you, did you ever see any other application rejected as deficient?
No.
Didn't you see people that came up to you that you rejected, that went to someone else, and then they accepted that person?
See, the location where I was working, I remember a few times. I mean, I would say the first 2 weeks from October 5th, the first week is October 5th. That's the first day the early voting started at satellite locations. Then second week, October 12th. Daily, I would say the first week we had like about 8-9 voters all day from 9 till 6. Then second week maybe about 15. But the third week and the last week of October, we had more. And I remember two or three times, I had to reject, I think at 2 or 3 occasions to reject the ballot. And they were so angry. And they were so, angry, and they will sometimes, call you all kinds of names. Oh, you are saying I cannot vote? You don't count my ballot? And things like that. And I will say, I'm so sorry, I cannot do, then I will ask my supervisor what to do. And then supervisor will say, Jesse, I don't know. Then, he will say, oh, I have other places, I will go and vote. Okay, then he will just walk out. So I don't know whether he went to the nearest one. Other side, you can go to any location. There are 23 satellite locations. You can go to any of that satellite locations.
Ms. Jacob?
Yes.
I don't want you to do this if you feel uncomfortable, but would you be comfortable taking your mask off so that people could hear you more clearly?
Can you hear me now?
Not clear.
Can everyone hear it clearly?
We can hear it, folks. We can hear you.
Okay. Now, the supervisor you originally had when you first were there, did you observe her coaching voters to vote for Biden and the Democrat ticket?
Yes.
And then as it got closer to the election, in fact, in the day or two before the election, were others of the workers there helping people to vote for Biden and the Democratic ticket, and even going into the little booth with them?
Yeah, I remember on November 2nd specifically, that's the last day of absentee voter, November 2nd, 4 p.m., that's the deadline. So that day we had lots of people coming to the center. And I remember, let me be honest with you, I don't remember that person's name, but he was working as a ballot runner, and he was going to the polling booth and standing by the side of the voter and helping them to complete the ballot, assisting the voter. I was really concerned, but I didn't say anything. I don't know whether my supervisor saw that. She was in the room, but he was doing that.
Did you find that wrong, unacceptable?
I knew it is wrong, but I didn't.
Pardon me?
I knew it is wrong, but I'm just a processor there. It's up to the supervisor. I didn't say anything.
And then was there a day when 3 people came in wearing Black Lives Matter T-shirts? I think it was on November 2nd, you said? And they were going to the voting booth and helping people to vote?
No, what they did was, I think it was earlier than that. I don't remember the exact date, but there were 3 of them. One was holding the flag and one was wearing, I think all of them were wearing the Black Lives Matter or something like that. And one of them, actually, he wanted to drop his, they were there to drop off their absentee ballot. So they walked into the room and they were dropping, one of them were dropping the ballot into the box. So the other one was cheering and the other one was taking picture and things like that. I knew it is also not right, but I cannot do anything. I was just sitting on my desk and doing my processing job, that's all.
Now, about 14 days before the election, your supervisor, who I think you told me her name is Carla, said that she had a meeting with her boss and that you should stop asking for driver's license or photo ID?
Yeah, what she told me was they are all registered voters. You don't need any photo ID or driver's license. They can just, come and vote. Let the people vote. So basically, but as a processor, I was not comfortable doing that. So myself, I was, when they come to my table, I used to ask them at very low voice, can I see your driver's license, please? I used to get from all of them to make myself comfortable when I am issuing the ballot. But I was told not to ask because they are all registered voters.
You asked them for driver's licenses and photo ID?
Yes, I did.
And what happened?
I mean, that way I can verify their signature, the signature on the driver's license, with a signature on the application and also the signature in the QBF. So I can verify all those three. And when they return the ballot to me, I can see how they are signing on the absentee ballot envelope, the return envelope. So basically all four locations, in the QBF file, on the driver's license and on the application and on the ballot return envelope. So
now,
they are good. If all four of them are matched, I will receive that ballot into the QBF, I'll save it, and I will place my initial on the ballot return envelope, ballot number, date, and again initial. So 2 initials I have to place on the ballot return envelope when I am receiving the ballot into the QBF. So I was doing that for each and every ballot that I issued. That's what is required by the Michigan official manual.
Now, your co-workers didn't do that, and they asked you, didn't they? Why do you do it? And didn't you say, for my peace of mind?
Yeah, the driver's license, the point when they said you don't need driver's license, I said, for my peace of mind, I'm going to ask, anyway, I'm going to get the driver's license. And sometimes you won't be even able to read the name on the application the way some people write. So I really want, for 2 reasons, to enter the voter's name correctly into the system and also to verify the signature. And also, of course, the photo ID.
Did you also have to check signatures?
Yes, you do. That's the first thing you do before you even start processing the ballot.
And weren't you on several occasions, didn't you turn people down?
Yeah.
By very angry at you, and then they went to one of your coworkers, and your coworkers accepted them?
One time I remember one young gentleman, he signed totally different, and he said, then I showed him his signature at QVF file. I turned my laptop and showed to him, see how is your signature in the file, and he said, that's not, I don't sign like that. That was from 10 years ago. I don't sign anymore. I don't sign like that anymore. Then I said, sorry, I cannot do anything. But I think at that point, I think he walked out. Even though the supervisor, she was there, I don't think supervisor did anything. I think the gentleman walked out.
Did there come a time toward the end of that period when a fairly large number of people came to vote in person, but they were people who had requested absentee ballots?
Yes.
And how were you supposed to deal with it? And then how were you told to deal with it?
What I do is when the voter walk into the room, the person at the front desk, they will bring the driver's license. That is the first 2 weeks of October. They will bring the application, and the first thing I will do is I will enter the voter and I will do a voter search. Then the system will tell you whether city already mailed the absentee ballot to them or not. Whether there is an active ballot in the QVF system for that voter. So when you do that, lots of time you will see a ballot has been already sent to that voter. But when they come to you, they said, I never requested a ballot. I never received any ballot. I never requested for a ballot. Can I vote now? I'm here. I want to vote now. I said, of course. I mean, I can spoil the ballot. Then I can issue another ballot and you can vote. So I have done that many times. But I was instructed to do like that. But per the Michigan officials manual, you are required to get a affidavit from that person, stating that I couldn't find my ballot, or I didn't receive the ballot, or whatever. I don't know, but an affidavit need to be submitted. But we were just asking them to fill a form. That's what we were doing. But they didn't have to bring that ballot back to you. The first ballot that was already mailed to them, they didn't have to bring it back. I remember during that 1 month period, maybe I got some of them voluntarily bring. I got maybe around 5 or 10 of them total. That's all. But you are not required to bring it back. Just fill out a form, then you will get another ballot. You complete the ballot in person and you're done. Then I will receive that ballot into the system.
So now the other people that worked in your center, did they require the original ballot or an affidavit before they issued a new ballot?
No, none of us were trained to do that. No.
None of them did that?
No.
And that's what the law requires, correct?
Per the Michigan's official manual, yes. If you lost your ballot or you have a damaged ballot,
and that's so somebody doesn't vote twice, right?
Yeah, I don't know what happened with the first ballot. I don't know.
Well, that's the whole point, right?
Yes.
And about 32,500 of those ballots, you estimate, were issued without spoiling the original ballot? The period of time you were there.
If you audit the file with the City of Detroit Election Department, from the QVF, you can find out how many ballots were spoiled, how many ballots were rejected, how many ballots were deleted. All those things you can find from the exact number. It's about right. I can speak to my center where I worked, the Common Air Recreation Center location. I would say how many ballots I spoiled. The first 2 weeks there were lots of, third week of October. I would say around, I would say around 100 ballots maybe I spoiled. I may be wrong, but I don't know exact number. But
you think it's 100?
I can go back to my.
Sorry, Jesse. Do you think it's 100 or 32,000?
For the end, there are 23 satellite sites. Okay, some satellite sites are more people. Depending on the area. So yeah, you can say around 30,000, about 25,000 to 30,000 maybe.
And in any event, those would be.
Please, you're out of order, members. You're out of order. Representative LeGrand, you're out of order. Let them continue. Representatives, you're out of order. Please continue.
And those would be, whatever they are, those would be totally illegal ballots, correct?
I don't know what happened to the first ballot that was mailed to the citizens. I don't know. That was not returned. But we were issuing a second ballot and they were voting in person at these locations. I really don't know what happened. Whether they shredded those ballots or they trashed it, I don't know. But it was not returned to the center or to the satellite sites.
November 4, 2020, which is after the election, you were assigned now to the TCF Center. Is that correct?
Yes, I am.
And you arrived there at 8:30 in the morning.
Yes.
And what were your duties there?
When I got there, at the front door, actually it was on the ground level of Kobo TCF Center. I think that's where the auto show usually takes place, the big one, about 1,000 by 1,000 square feet maybe, big one, yeah. So it was packed. So when I went to the front desk, I talked to the person at the front desk. I showed her my badge. I had a badge from the election department. I talked to her and told her I was asked to come and report here 8:30 by my supervisor. And then she said, okay, wait, let me go and get the supervisor on this floor. And she went and came back with the supervisor. I forgot that supervisor's name. So and he asked me, what were you doing at the election department? Then I said I was a processor. And she said, oh, we need you, come follow me. Then he took me to the podium, the middle of the Kobo TCF Center podium. And he gave me the laptop. And also, just gave me some. Okay, then I was waiting there I logged into the laptop, and at that point I noticed Mr. Chris Thomas, Miss Pierce. Those were from the state of Michigan. They were sitting on the other side of the table, and the one side of the table, all the city election officials sitting. So I was sitting with them on that side. And my supervisor from the city side was Miss Aldridge. I think her first name was Carol, I believe. Carol Aldridge. She was my supervisor. So she said, because she knew me before. And she said, oh, Jesse, I need you. So she brought this.
So did she tell you just about immediately not to invalidate any ballots and not to look for deficiencies?
She gave me a pack of, I would say, about 10 to 15 ballots. Those were all open ballots. All were opened. She brought to me and she said, Jesse, enter date November 2nd and receive this ballot into QBF. This is, and also some of the ballots, the envelope has sticky note, cannot find in the poll book. Some of them had it. So I took the first ballot and started, opened up the QBF file, and I noticed that ballot was not received. The processor, whoever issued that ballot in person, or maybe that ballot was mailed, it came in postal mail, or it was picked up from the drop-off box. I don't know. There was no postage stamp or nothing on those envelopes. So I don't know the way, whether it was in person, postal mail, or from the drop-off box, pick up from the drop-off box. So those ballots, some of them didn't have the county board on the address label, no counting board printed. Some of the envelope didn't have ballot number printed on the address label. So, but the thing really concerned me when I saw those ballots. All of them were opened. Some of them were upside down.
What does that mean, that they were all open? What's the significance of that?
You are not supposed to open. You have to receive the ballot into the system first. You cannot open the ballot. It should be.
What do you have to do first before you open the ballot?
So when you receive the ballot, the first thing you should do is, first you have to search the voter. You enter the last name, space first name of the voter, at QV scan, and then you will locate that voter. Then you will get the absentee voter details. You will match the signature on the absentee ballot return envelope with the signature in the file, qualified voter file. Once it is verified, then you have to receive it. You have to receive that into the system. Once you receive it, then you have to place your initials, ballot number. Actually, you have to place twice your initials on the ballot return envelope. One for the date you received, one for the ballot number. So that's required. You are required to do that as a processor.
Was that being done?
No.
Was that being done by anyone else that you could see in that entire facility?
No. Actually, I was
Were you
told.
the only one doing it?
No. When I was trying to do that, the required, step-by-step process, I was told by my supervisor, Ms. Aldrich, no, don't look for anything. Do not check anything. Just enter the date, November 2nd, keep going. We have lots of ballots. We have to finish this. I need you to do as fast as you can. Just enter November 2nd, keep going. Then I did one or two of them like that. But this is a really, I felt so bad because once you modify the QBF file, you can see the username, who modified that file, the last day that data was modified. So if you click, you will see who modified. So when I clicked that, it was my username and the date. It will show. So basically, even though the received date was ended as November 2nd, when you click the QBF file, you will see username, my username, and the date I entered is November 4th. That's not right.
I'm sorry, Jesse, I didn't quite get that. What did you say?
See, when you okay, I did just like my supervisor told me. This is at the TCF center, at the satellite sites. My supervisor there never instructed me anything like that. We were receiving. The minute I get the ballot, we were receiving the ballot into the system, same date. And everything was doing according to the manual at the satellite center where I was working. I just want to specify this one I was asked to do at the TCF center at the podium where all these ballots were coming from. I didn't even know where all these ballots were coming. It was keep coming. Then when I asked the person who was sitting next to me, she was doing the same thing. And she kind of told me, oh, Jesse, we were doing this since 9 p.m. yesterday. That's November 3rd. We didn't even go home. We really need your help, to complete this, to finish. So basically what they were doing is entering all these ballots into the QBF so they can count those ballots. That's what I thought. But they were not following the procedure. Okay, when you are receiving the ballot, and also backdating, why you are doing that on November 4th? It should have been done. The deadline was November 3rd, 9 p.m. That's the deadline for you to receive the ballot, absentee ballot, into the system. As a matter of fact, on November 3rd, I had to stay till 8:30. Even though the polls were closed at 8 p.m., I had to work till 8:30 to complete receiving all the ballots that received into the satellite sites. So all the processors, they are required to do that. 9 p.m. November 3rd. At 8 p.m. is the poll closing time, and you will get 1 hour grace period. So 9 p.m. it should be completed. For that, we were asked to collect absentee ballots from the drop-off box every hour. Every hour we were doing it. And we were receiving the ballot to the QBF on November 3rd, every hour. So
every hour you were doing what?
Receiving the ballot. We will go to the drop-off box in front of the satellite location, and we will collect the absentee ballots. We'll bring it to the table, and whatever you are doing, you will set aside all the work that you are doing. You will make sure the ballot is, because per the Michigan official manual, this is written. Immediate recording of the ballot is required into the QBF. Immediate recording. Once you receive the ballot, immediate recording is required. Not after 3 days or after 2 days, no.
Your supervisor, Carol Aldridge.
We were doing that. We were doing that in our satellite sites per the Michigan's, what is written in the manual.
Was anybody else doing what you were doing?
Oh, my center, there was another processor, my supervisor, all three of us, we were doing that.
Your supervisor ordered you, though, not to invalidate any ballots, not to look for deficiencies, not to check signatures. And then when you did it, she got angry at you, didn't she?
That's the one at TCF Center, Miss Aldridge.
Miss Aldridge, yes, Miss Aldridge, I'm talking.
Yes. Oh, she was so angry, and you know what she did? It was around 11 o'clock. She said, Miss Jacob, you can take your lunch break. I said, I just had my snack. It's only 11 o'clock. She said, no, take lunch break. I said, what, 30 minutes? No, you can take 2-hour lunch break. Just take 2-hour lunch break. And then I said, okay, I will leave my bag and my jacket and everything here. She said, no, take everything. And you can go upstairs. And she showed me where is the escalator. Go to upstairs. That's where the lunchroom is. So I had to go. I left my laptop on the table there. I went there upstairs, and there were lots of people. And because of the COVID, I didn't eat anything. I just there were free lunch for everybody. So I just ate applesauce. Then I came down. When I came down,
Jesse, before we get there, why don't you tell us what that dispute was about? You put a sticky on the ballot saying that it was an invalid ballot.
Yes.
Because it was issued after the deadline.
Yes.
And she wanted you to backdate it, correctly? Correct?
Yeah, let me explain. What happened was when I was told to enter November 2nd as the receive date, I noticed one of the ballot, the date was November 3rd, absentee ballot. The deadline for absentee ballot issuance is November 2nd, 4 p.m. So it was issued on November 3rd, election day. It was received received everything on November 3rd. Then I checked whether that voter is a new registered vote, newly registered. No, he was not registered on November 3rd. He was registered in sometime in 2010, 10 years ago. So you are not supposed to issue absentee ballot on election day to already registered voters. So I right away talked to Mr. Daniel Baxter. He was standing next to me. I put a note.
Please tell us who Mr. Baxter. So Mr. Baxter was right nearby?
Yes.
And you gave the ballot to him?
With that sticky note.
And is his name Daniel Baxter?
Yeah, Mr. Daniel.
And what's his role? What's his title?
I know I don't know whether he is the director. I know he was in charge of the operation on that floor. One of the senior most.
Okay. We'll find out what his role was. And what about, wasn't his boss there too? A gentleman named Chris Thomas?
Yes. So when I give that ballot.
What did they conclude about this invalid ballot?
So with a sticky note, because with all this noise and everything in the TCF center and with the mask, when you talk, they won't be able to hear. So I always used to write down the sticky note so that they know exactly what I am trying to convey to them. So I wrote invalid so-and-so reason. It was issued on November 3rd, absentee ballot after the deadline. So I showed to Mr. Baxter, and he took that to, Mr. Chris Thomas was standing nearby. So he showed that to Mr. Thomas with a sticky note. And after Mr. Thomas read that note, he said, yeah, she's right. But why should we punish voters for processors' mistake? Okay, that's what he said. Why should we punish voters for processors' mistake?
But was he in charge of the effort for Detroit? Was he the person in charge?
That's what I found out.
Mr. Thomas?
Yeah, that's what I found out later. I knew.
I see.
Yes.
And then, what? Maybe we can summarize some of the.
Yes. And then after that, after that statement from Mr. Chris Thomas, he gave that ballot back to Mr. Daniel Baxter, and I again told Daniel Baxter, I'm sorry, I cannot receive this ballot. This is invalid. Then it's your call, I told Mr. Daniel Baxter. So he took that ballot from me and dropped that ballot. There was a box next to Mr. Chris Thomas' table, underneath the table. He just dropped that ballot into that box. I don't know what happened after that.
Well, let me see if I can shorten it just a little. After a short time, you were told to go to lunch for 2 hours, right?
Yes.
And you went to lunch for an hour and a half.
Yeah, about 2.
And you
yeah.
came back.
Yes.
And another gentleman named George Azuz gave you some ballots to work on.
Yes.
And Carol Aldridge saw you there.
Yeah.
And she came down from the podium.
Yeah.
And what did she tell you?
So when I came back from lunch, my seat was gone. There was a box on top of the laptop. My laptop was on the table. So basically nobody was even, Miss Aldridge was, she was totally ignoring me. She didn't want me to be there at the podium anymore. So I was on the floor level. I found a table and a chair. I sat there. So when I was sitting there, I saw Mr. George Azuz. I think he is, later I found out he's the director of the elections, the election headquarters. So, but I have seen him when I was working at the election headquarters. So I recognized him. And I said, I didn't know his name at that point, but I said, I'm here, I can help, can I have a laptop and I can start validating these ballots. So right away he went to the podium and brought the laptop to me, and I logged into the laptop, and he also gave me like a bunch of about 10-15 ballots, same thing that I was doing in the morning. But he didn't know what happened, what was going on in the morning. He didn't know. So he basically was giving an assignment. He was telling me to do it. So when I started doing it, again, same thing, and November 2nd, end of November 2nd. So Miss Aldridge saw that from the podium that I'm at the floor level, and also she saw I have the ballots. She came down from the podium, and she said, do not, I was checking the signature and, just whatever process you are required to do. She said, do not check that signature, keep going. I told you in the morning, November 2nd, keep going. And she said, do not write anything. Do not write post-it. I do not want you to write anything. At that point, I saw Chris Thomas standing nearby on the floor level. I showed that ballot in the QVF. After I searched the voter, I showed the signature on the QVF file and also the signature on the envelope. Totally different. Totally different.
The signatures were totally different?
Yes.
Who did you show that to?
To Mr. Chris Thomas. And
what did he say?
He said, oh, that's okay. Let it go. Just let it go. That's fine. Okay, let it go.
Now, he was the boss, right?
Yes. So, but at that point, I couldn't do anything that, because when I am entering the ballot, when they are telling me to enter November 2nd, the date to be received November 2nd on November 4th, which date I will initial on the ballot? November 4th or November 2nd? I couldn't do it.
So how would you describe how they treated you and how you reacted to it?
Oh, it is, they treated me like a criminal, humiliated me, harassed me. so intimidating. I mean, I couldn't. It was so bad. You know, I mean, I really want to serve the city of Detroit very truthfully and sincerely. That's what I was doing all these 34 years I've been working with the city. My whole family, you know, we are proud that we are working, me and my husband both are working for the city of Detroit. I never expected this kind of treatment. It was really, really bad. So then at that moment, then George Azus told me, come up here, take all your stuff from there, come up here to the podium. And then I went back to the podium. Then he told me, he gave me another chair to sit there. Then I saw the state representative, Miss Pierce, Carol Pierce. She was sitting there, and I went to her and I asked her for more ballots to validate. And she was also very rude. She said, I don't need you here. You know, I don't need any of your help. Get out of here. And then I asked her, may I know your name? You know what she did? She took her badge and threw at me. She threw the badge at me.
Were you, your whole experience there, were you shocked at the level of crookedness that was going on and dishonesty?
I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it.
Did it happen every day?
I mean, then November 4th at TCF Center, around 5:30, I decided to stay. They didn't give me any work. I even asked Daniel Baxter, can I do something else? I can help with the counting board table, anything you want me to do. I came here to work till 5:30, and nobody was giving me anything. I just sat there, and around 5:30, Mr. George Azus came to me and said, I'm so sorry, Jesse, you didn't do anything wrong. I apologize, I'm so sorry. That's what he told me. And he asked me for my business card. I had my business card with me. I gave him my business card, and I decided to go home around 5:30. But he was nice to me, George Azus. But I can never forget what I went through. And also I was really concerned if these ballots were problematic, why they were bringing that to the podium. It should have been kept at the counting board table, and it should have been resolved. Whatever the issue with those ballots, it should have been resolved at the respective counting boards. It should not have been even brought to the podium in the first place. So I don't know. I really don't know. And also after they fixed that ballot, who was taking ballot to where? I didn't know. So everything what was going on at the podium was not right.
Jesse?
Yes.
The podium is where they bring the ballots that have big problems, right? Special problems.
Yeah, some of them didn't have the counting board, so they could not locate that ballot. That ballot belonged to which counting board. Some of the ballot didn't have the ballot number.
So these were ballots with extra special problems. And you were there a day and a half. And how many ballots were examined while you were there? And there was no inspection by a Republican inspector. Can you estimate that for me? I think in the past you told me 25,000.
Actually, I worked at the Cowboy TCF Center on November 4th from 8:30 to 5:30.
Correct.
And then when I asked George Azus, I told George Azus, actually I was told to continue to work for the election department till November 20th. So I asked George Azus, where do you want me to come tomorrow? And he said, oh, we are all done here. You can go back to the election headquarters. So I went back to election headquarters on November 5th. So basically, they allow me to be there only on one day, not even one day, maybe for 2 hours, but I was there till 5:30. But I had to go through this so inhumane. I mean,
Is there anything else you'd like to say, Jesse, about your experience?
I just want to be so thankful. I've been in this country for 35 years. I'm so thankful for this country, for all the opportunities. And I am who I am because of this nation. And also, I'm a devoted Catholic, and I was able to go to church and pray and rosary and everything. I really love this country, and I really want to do. I hope this will help this nation. That's the only reason I'm here. And also my 3 children. Thank you, Jesus, for all the blessings and graces that you are showering upon us and on all this nation. I have nothing else to say. Thank you, Jesus.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jesse. Would you say, Jesse, that was an experience that you never expected to have, that much crookedness and dishonesty at the Detroit Center for Counting Votes? Were you shocked at the level of dishonesty and crookedness there?
Yes, I mean, the whole center was so kind of noisy.
That's my city, okay? And
Representative,
I know that's not true.
Representative.
I'm not. Oh, I love my city, Detroit.
Ma'am.
I've been with the city for 34 years. I've been serving the citizens of Detroit. So I'm so happy. They are all nice people. I'm not saying they don't deserve this. They are nice people. My supervisor at the engineering department, I've been with the city for 34 years, from 2007 through 2010. I was the city engineer appointed by Comey Kilpatrick. And now I am the head engineer. I'm working with my supervisor and my director. They are all very nice people. Please don't misunderstand me. I'm talking about this. My experience when I worked at the elections, first time in my life, for 2 months, about 2 months, what I experienced. But as an employee of the city of Detroit, I am so grateful to them. I'm so thankful to each and every of my co-workers. They are all very nice. So please don't misunderstand me, Miss.
Ma'am, please direct your question to the chair.
Miss Johnson, please don't take it.
Yeah. So I'll, if it's all right, we'll start here now. And Mr. Mayor, I do want to remind you. I mean, we're not going to go till 1 or 2 a.m. So I understand that this is somebody. I mean, obviously you're very brave to come forward with your story. I can tell you care a lot about your job, your work. And I appreciate you sharing it here today, because I know it's been difficult for you.
Yes, it is.
With that, I'm going to open it up to questions. We'll do 1 question per member who wants it. Then when you're done, we'll move on. And Mr. Mayor, with the next witnesses, we're going to have to move along faster,
Sure,
sir.
we will.
All right. With that, I'll move on to Representative Lefebvre.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming and testifying today, and I'm very glad that you decided to be a part of our country. Welcome.
Thank you.
I have 1 question, as per the rule, and it might sound like a series. If anything that I say is wrong, please correct me, okay?
Sure.
You were told to enter the ballots at the TCF hall as received on 11/2.
Yes.
And that was not the date. You also were told by Mr. Chris Thomas, why should we punish voters for processors' mistakes? And Chris Thomas identified a ballot that you showed him within a signature that did not match the qualified voter file.
Yes,
And directed, Chris Thomas said, let it go. That's fine.
that's right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative LeGrand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And ma'am, thank you for being here today. I'm going to refer back to my notes here, and this is about, I don't know, maybe around 6:30 we got to this. You said that about, and I'm reading from my notes here, so if I get this wrong, again, feel free to correct me. But if I understand your testimony, you're saying that about 14 days before the election, your supervisor, Carla, told you that people could vote without ID. And you said that for your peace of mind, you insisted that people provide ID. Are you aware that people in Michigan can vote without identification? In fact, I've always voted that way. You're not aware of that, ma'am?
Members of the audience, please, let's be respectful. Thank you.
Ma'am, are you aware of that, ma'am?
Are you? No.
See, 0 to 14 days, 0 to 14 days, that is the restricted registration time. You have to have the ID and also the proof of residency. And if you don't have the driver's license, you have to submit an affidavit, and also you have to have a passport or something, photo ID. That's my understanding.
Okay, you're confused. Thank you.
Representative Steve Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When you were processing these ballots, at any point in time, were there ever any poll watchers, poll challengers, and if so, were they from both parties or just one party?
Just from the Democratic Party. Actually, one day I happened to talk to one of the persons. She came from DC Democratic Party. I don't remember seeing anybody from the other party.
Representative C.A. Johnson. Representative C.A. Johnson, why don't you go ahead?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay. Good evening.
Good evening, Ms. Johnson.
Your name is Jesse
Jacob.
Jesse Jacobs. Is that your birth name?
Okay. My first name is Jesse. When I was married, my husband's last name is Jacob. When I got married in 1983, 37 years ago, I had my maiden name. That's my dad's house name. It's a long name.
Can you spell it, please?
K like kite, IZHAKEKARA.
Representative, what is your question, please?
I'm asking the question.
Well, please ask.
She gave a lot of information. I just want to
understand.
know who
And-
she is.
Representative, please, it's reasonable to ask the name of the person.
Yes.
I'm with you there. But now that you know it,
What was your first name? What?
Jesse.
Jesse. Thank you.
Jessy, not E.
Jessy.
Y.
Thank you very much.
okay, now please move on to your question,
That's
Representative.
it. You asked
Okay.
that one.
Thank you. Representative,
And my middle name is Sunny. My middle name is Sunny. Sunny.
and I think it's important, Representative C.A. Johnson. I mean, if that was, we're not here to intimidate people. I mean,
That's okay. That's okay.
Okay, I mean, we want to hear what happened. So, Representative Camilleri, please proceed with your question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Giuliani, before you
I'm going to
began,
gavel this. The question is for the witness. As I told you at the end, you're able to ask a question to Mr. Giuliani.
we have three people actually before our panel today. And each of them is
Representative,
before our panel. And
I'm
I know
at-
that you gave your power away to Mr. Giuliani to ask questions during this part of the testimony, that's fine. But it is now my right as a representative to ask a question of the people before our committee. This is not for this is
you're
not
out of order.
This is not
If you
Four
do not
Seasons
have a
Landscaping.
question,
This is a committee
Representative-
of the state legislature. I should have a right to ask a question of who is before us.
I will allow you to ask a question at the end of Mr. Giuliani, as I stated at the beginning. If you have a question for the witness, Ms. Jacob, please ask it. If you don't, then I'm going to move on.
Ms. Jacobs, I know that you've given testimony previously. We've heard your story in the media. I know that you gave testimony yesterday as well. Judge Kenny in Wayne County Circuit Court.
May I ask?
Did not give testimony yesterday.
I apologize.
Okay, Representative, please tell us your question.
Very misleading.
You've asked a lot of misleading questions yourself, Mr. Giuliani.
Representative Camilleri, please, what is your question?
My question, Ms. Jacobs, is Judge Kenny has ruled that your testimony in court is incorrect and not credible. So why should we believe anything that you said here today?
I'm not aware of any such ruling. She's never been a witness in court. It would have been impossible for a judge to...
Your affidavit was ruled...
May I please finish?
Incorrect and not credible.
May I have the courtesy of finishing?
No.
What?
She has never been a witness in court, so no judge could ever have assessed her credibility.
What is your question, Mr. Camilleri?
Why are we listening to your story here today if it has already been ruled incorrect and not credible by a judge in court?
It has not been ruled. Objection.
It has. Well, This is
Okay.
not a courtroom, Mr.
Representative,
Giuliani. This is a committee. Why do you keep objecting to what I'm saying here?
Representative, is there an answer to that?
Okay, you can go and ask the judge who denied that. Okay, I don't know anything about it.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move on. Vice Chair Riley with a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, my question, I noticed you said you looked at some of the signatures. Well, like what percentage of the signatures would you say did not match or did not look right?
No, when I was at the satellite sites working as a processor, I always made sure the signatures matched. This was at TCF Center on November 4th.
And yeah, and at that point, did you look at any of the signatures?
Yes.
And
I showed that to Mr. Chris Thomas, and he said, let it go. It was totally different. Let it go. And after that, I was kicked out. I was told not to validate any more ballots.
So just one chance. Okay. Very good.
For that day, yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. With that, there are no more questions for you, Ms. Jacob. Thank you for your testimony today. You're very brave coming here, and thank you.
Thank you so much. I am so thankful to this honorable body for having me and for listening to me. Thank you so much.
I understand we have next, is it Melissa Carbone? Carone? All right, please come up when you're ready, and if possible, if we can limit this to 10 minutes, I'd appreciate that. Mr. Giuliani, you indicated that the first person was somebody who hadn't testified before, didn't testify yesterday.
Longer than I expected. But
Sure, and so we
I
gave
felt
her
uncomfortable interrupting her.
No, I understand, and I think she had a very valuable story to tell, and she was very brave coming here, obviously at great risk, and we understand that. But from here on, if we can condense these testimonies, if we can allow more questions to come from the members, we'd appreciate that, sir. So with that, please, Melissa, we'd like to hear your story. And please, when you're ready, proceed.
Melissa, why don't you tell us your name and tell us as short and as briefly as you can what happened when you were working for Dominion.
Sure. My name is Melissa Carone. I was contracted to work for Dominion Voting Systems. I'm a freelance IT worker. I was contracted to work for Dominion to assist with IT during the election. I started work at 6 a.m. on November 3rd at the TCF Center. I got off work at 5 a.m. November 4th. Went home, went to bed, returned to work at 10 a.m. November 4th, stayed until approximately 2 p.m. November 4th. When I got off, I had a doctor's appointment. I was supposed to come back to work. My one of the Dominion employees, he's in my affidavit, his name is Samuel, texted me and said, we're almost done counting ballots. We don't need you to come back. It was getting a little rowdy when I left. I really didn't want to come back anyways. So that is why that I was contracted to work for Dominion, assisting with IT.
And when you were working there, what did you observe?
I observed numerous employees, city workers, running batches of ballots through the tabulators countless times without discarding them first. The tabulating machines would jam 2 to 3 times an hour. When they would jam, the correct process would be to pull out the problem ballot that jammed. Say the problem ballot was number 24 out of 50. I wasn't allowed to touch any hardware at all. I would assist them, tell them to pull out this ballot, put the problem ballot on top. In Michigan, our ballots from the tabulators don't just drop into steel ballot boxes. They are now, as they got tabulated, they are now on top of the tabulating machine. Okay? So instead of them taking these, so say, let's keep it number 25 is the problem ballot, it got jammed. So the computer would throw an error. It would say ballot number 25, there's an error. I would say pull out ballot number 25, slowly pull it out, put it on top, take the ballots that had already been tabulated, which are on top of the tabulating machine now, put them all back in a stack, discard the entire batch, and re-scan it. Instead of discarding, they were just rescanning, counting ballots 9 to 10 times, counting votes 9 to 10 times.
So they were counting the same ballot, the same vote, 9 or 10 times.
Yes, sir. They were counting them 9
How,
or 10
how many times did you observe that?
These machines would jam 2 to 3 times an hour. Each machine, there were approximately 22 to 24 tabulating machines in the TCF Center. I observed it thousands of times.
Thousands of times? And how many were there 20 machines, approximately?
Approximately between 22 to 24 machines.
And were there any Republicans who were observing, or just Democrats?
I saw very few Republicans, about 3
And
total.
how about those 20 machines? Did you see any of them observing those 20 machines where the ballot was being put in 10 or 20 times?
Big question. I got some of them questioning me. My manager had came up to, I had called my manager over to a specific tabulating machine. I showed him a number on it, which was close to 500. It should never go over 50. Ballots come in batches of 50. I said, we have a severe problem here. Nick, autonomous, which is a part owner of Dominion. And he said, Melissa, I don't want to hear that we have a problem. He said, we are here to assist with IT. We are not here to run their election. That is exactly what he said to me. At that point, I was just really frustrated and upset. I could tell what was going on. I knew what was going on at that point.
What was going on?
He was in on it. They were all in on it.
In on what?
They were cheating. It was very, very apparent. It was apparent he knew. It was apparent that he was in on it. And when he caught on to me knowing that he was in on it, he just wanted nothing to do with me.
Now, did there come a time when 2 vans pulled up
Yes.
in the back
Yes, sir.
late at night?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Approximately 4 o'clock, the garage door of the TCF Center opened. The counting room in the TCF Center is in the basement. So when the garage door opened, a van pulled up. One on day shift, one on night shift. They were supposed to be for food because they were short on food for the workers. That's what they said over the microphone. That's what Daniel Baxter said. He said they had food for 1/3 of the workers, and that they would provide food and it would be there shortly. Well, food never came out of these vans.
Yes, what's your point of order, Representative?
We have these people coming in here testifying, making claims. They should be under, we should have them under, what do you call it?
Oh.
Under oath.
Representative, we don't do that. Representative, we're not going to do that. You're out of order. You're out of order, Representative. We don't do that here in Michigan. We've never done that.
I wrote an affidavit.
Mr. Chairman,
We're gonna move on.
she has an
That Biden
affidavit.
never has done.
She has an affidavit under oath.
And it should not be
Representative,
Hold your own.
please continue, and if we could have fewer the back and forth, and maybe you can tell your story. No, I'm talking with Mr. Giuliani. We really want to get through this, and this is sort of a format that is a little unusual to our committee. So if it's possible to tell a little more of your story, and I understand you're trying to speed it up, but we want to make sure we get through everything today, Mr. Giuliani.
Pardon?
Where I was initially
Good.
supposed to be.
And reach them for your affidavit. That's your affidavit
Sure.
under oath.
So I have 19 things in my affidavit. I was at the TCF Center for 27 hours. I'm a mother. I have 2 children and I have 2 degrees. I'm very, I would never, I don't know any woman in the world that would write an affidavit under oath just to write it. You know, you can go to prison for this. So anyways, I want to make this very clear. I was initially supposed to work at the Detroit Department of Elections building. That was an order by my manager, Nick Economagounis, part owner of Dominion. I have it all in emails. I was trained on the adjudication and tabulation process. So in the email, it says you are to park in a parking lot and get shuttled over to this, they referred to it as the Chicago warehouse. I know for a fact there was illegal activity going on there. People have pictures of people carrying ballots out of that place. There is pictures of vans full of ballots coming out of that place. If it wasn't for my mother, I would have went there. My mom told me no way. You know, this sounds really, really weird. And I have 2 young children, as I stated, that I needed access to my vehicle in case something happened. I ended up telling them that, and they said, okay, we'll put you at the TCF Center. Well, Samuel, there was 5 employees, 3 permanent employees of Dominion, 2 contract employees, me, a contract employee, and there was a 90-year-old man. Last name Smiley. I have all of his paperwork. I have all their names, last names. 4 employees that were scheduled to work in the city of Detroit that were not at the TCF Center were all at this Chicago warehouse, which was the city election department building. Anyways, so I also witnessed. There was a point in the night where Samuel and Nick said that there was a big data loss. They started freaking out, stepped off the stage, got on their phones. I asked them what was going on. They said it was taken care of. Nick sent Samuel over to this warehouse for about 3 hours. When he got back, I said, where were you? Where'd you go? he said, I was at the warehouse, and I said, what were you doing there? And he's like, nothing, they just needed my help. Well, I said, where is this warehouse? And he said, because I wasn't putting two and two together yet that I, was initially supposed to work there, because I'd never even looked up the address. And what I believe is it wasn't a data loss. It was actually when they found out Trump was ahead 100,000 votes, and they sent Nick over there to assist with these ballots that came in these vans full of ballots that people can attest to that they witnessed being carried out of these vans at the TCF Center. I didn't see any ballots being carried out of vans. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't see anything being carried out of them, but I know people who have and that did see this occurring. But I also witnessed the adjudication process. Numerous adjudicators machines were all the ballots were being judged by two Democrats. I heard them talking. One woman said to another woman, are you a Republican or are you a Democrat? She said, I'm a Democrat. And she said, well, so am I. Let's sit together. Sat together all night judging ballots. Thousands of ballots got judged all night by the reason the rule's there is so, it can be a fair process. It wasn't a fair process. It wasn't a fair process at all. And the tabulating problem with them running numerous ballots through these tabulators and just continuing to do it. I had a friend that I knew for over 20 years, and he came up to me and said, he was working the night shift. He came up to me and said, Melissa, we did not get any training at all. None. He goes, I have no idea what I'm doing. He was with 3 other people. I said, I just told my manager that. I said, I could tell you guys don't know what you're doing. And he said, nope, we were trained on the adjudication process, not the tabulation process. And I said, so you don't know what you're doing? And he said, nope. I said, great, that's just great. Because nobody was helping me. I was, running around assisting these people all night long. And it was all day and all night. It was crazy. And they were running these ballots through without discarding them countless times. There were so many ballots that ran through these tabulators numerous times. Without any oversight at all. There's so much. This election, I will say, these Democrats took every avenue possible to commit fraud in this election, and what I saw on the 3rd and 4th was over 20 counts of fraud being taking place in front of my face, and this isn't counting. The ballots that are found in rivers, the ballots found under rocks, the ballots, that ended up.
First of all,
Representative, please. Representative, do you have a point of order?
I love how you can
What's
just
your
say
point of
whatever
order?
you want to say.
Do you have a point of order, Representative?
She's just.
Cynthia wants to defend the fraud.
This is funny.
All right. Ma'am, please continue.
Yeah, so,
And also, by the way, can you maybe speak to your experience? I know we've heard stories of ballots being thrown in rivers, but I want to make sure we're speaking to your experience because we have limited time and we got to
Absolutely.
get our questions in and the
Okay,
other
well-
witnesses. So is there more to your experience? And then
well, okay, I called the FBI
okay.
on the 8th, November 8th. I talked to 2 separate women, over 40 minutes. The first one gave her all my information. The phone mysteriously cut out, and she never called me back. I was waiting for her to call me back. She never called me back. I had to call them back, and they never called me back. Never got a call back. Still haven't got a call back. And I had somebody else working on it that has a neighbor that's an old FBI agent, and still haven't heard back from that.
Can I ask you just one last question?
Sure.
Melissa? So how many ballots would you estimate in front of you that you observed were counted multiple times in the machine? Can you put a number to it, an estimated number?
At
best
least
you can-
at least 30,000.
At least 30,000. Okay. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. And I guess I'll ask a question. I just want to understand. So what is your role with Dominion? Can you clarify that?
Hey, you're welcome. My role with Dominion was to assist with IT for the election.
So are you you're some kind of contract employee?
I was a contract employee, yes.
Okay, of what organization?
I'm sorry.
So were you were like a contract employee of Dominion, or was there some?
So I have my
contractor?
resume everywhere,
Yeah.
you know, and because I was laid off from Ford,
Mhm.
so they just found my resume and called me and said, "Do you want to work the election, the 3rd and the 4th?"
I see, but you were employed directly by Dominion.
Did Dominion pay me? No. PDS staffing paid me.
Okay.
Because they called me, but I was working for Dominion. Yes.
Okay.
Something very, very suspicious too, must I add, that we were not allowed to wear name tags at all. We were not allowed to talk about who we worked for. They were very secretive. They didn't want anybody knowing anything about them.
And so I just want to make sure I understand you correctly. So you said you're alleging that you heard or that you witnessed ballots being put in the machine, run through, counted, and then put through it again? Is that what you're alleging?
Without discarding.
Mm-hmm.
That is what I am telling you to be a fact.
And how many times did you witness this happening?
I witnessed it in a 27-hour period, thousands and thousands of times.
Yeah, that's very interesting, and I will note, Dominion won't come before this committee. I've asked them, and so far they've refused, and I do want them to come before this committee because we need answers from them about how their machines
missing.
work. So we're going to continue to try to get them here. But with that, I'll go to Representative LaFave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I am not sure how I'm going to do this with one question, but I'm going to try my best anyway. So, with these tabulator machines, of which you estimate there are approximately 22 to 24, I guess I'm not understanding. So, you place batches of 50 on top of the machine?
No. Okay, so I'm gonna try to explain it to you as if it's a printer, okay?
Thank you.
Okay, so a printer, when the papers come out of the printer, that's where in these tabulators, that's where you would feed the 50 in, okay? Now, on top of the printer, right? So where the scanner would be, right? If it's like a 4-in-1, right? So that's where these ballots would come out after they had been tabulated, okay? So if one jammed, number 25 jammed, right? Then it would put up an error. Discard, rescan. Ballot number 25 has an issue. So they would then take all the ballots that had been tabulated from the top, right? That are now on the top, the 24 that are on the top, the ones that are on the bottom that haven't been tabulated yet, okay? And number 25, the problem ballot, they would put number 25 on top, they would discard the entire batch, and then they would rescan it. Instead of discarding it, they would rescan them, counting those 24 again, okay? Now, let's say it was out of 50, number 48 that jammed. That's 47 being counted again. I'm just using you know what I'm saying? So, does that clarify that? Okay.
It does. And basically you put batches of 50 in until you're done with that precinct, right?
That's what they would do, yes. But a lot of these workers would they would get a batch of 50 and then they wouldn't get another batch for like 10 minutes. So then the ballot box was behind them, the steel ballot box. So they would have this batch of 50 in front of them for 10 minutes with no oversight. So they would run them through again with no oversight. They just had no idea what was going on. And if they did know what was going on, I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt, right? So I'm saying they have no idea what's going on. Who knows? They did. You know, I have no idea.
That was
I know
helpful.
what my friend said.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative C.A. Johnson. You're on our list. Did you have a question? Okay. Representative Camilleri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. Going back to the ruling from Judge Kenny, Timothy Kenny, he writes that your description of the events at the TCF Center does not square with any other affidavits.
Yeah.
He says that there are,
My mistake.
excuse me, I'm speaking.
Please,
Thank you.
let's let the representative finish, and then you can answer.
He writes that there are no other reports of lost data or tabulating machines that jammed repeatedly every hour during the count. He also writes that neither Republican nor Democratic challengers nor city officials substantiate your version of these events. The allegations simply are not credible, is what Judge Kenny writes. So my question for you is, you're making claims here today that there's systematic fraud in what's going on in our elections. Are the courts also tied up in that fraud?
Let me tell you what I did by accident, okay? I gave Channel 7 an interview that they tied in to that and made me the witness that's uncredible. Guess what? There's going to be a couple behind me that are going to say the same thing I just said. And
The witness before you was also proven not credible as well by the same
she
judge.
wasn't, because she wasn't even there.
Representative Camilleri, let's let her finish,
She has
please.
talked. The very
Ma'am.
first time.
So I just want to understand. I don't know what exactly all the things that are being talked about there are, but can you tell us what you said today is the truth? Is that correct?
Sir, I wrote a written affidavit. Yes, it is 100% true.
Okay, and did other people observe this?
Absolutely. And behind me, you're going to hear a couple.
Okay, and we'll hear
And
from them.
let me just
hopefully.
state this. I was an IT worker on the stage. I was working with Dominion. I had no poll workers were not allowed on the stage. The data loss, nobody would have heard about that besides me, Samuel, and Nick. Okay? Just like nobody knows that Samuel went to the Chicago warehouse besides me because I worked for Dominion. They didn't. They're not going to hear that part. You know what I mean? The poll workers are not going to know that Samuel, they're not even going to know who he is. You know, they're not going to know that he went to the warehouse.
So can you, I think what Representative Camilleri is asking is perhaps why is it that more people, and I know we have a couple here today, but why is it that we're not having more people come forward? I mean, it seems like if there was
tell
all
you
this
why.
widespread fraud that, we'd have dozens and dozens of people.
I'll tell you why. My life has been destroyed. My life has been completely destroyed because of this. I've lost family. I've lost friends. I've been threatened. My kids have been threatened. I've had to move. I've had to change my phone number. I've had to get rid of social media. Nobody wants to come forward. They're getting threatened. Their lives are getting ruined. I can't even get an actual job anymore. I can't. Because Democrats like to ruin your lives. That's why.
All right. Let's
just like they do to Trump.
let's move on to Representative Steve Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So obviously these allegations are very troubling. This is my question here. If these ballots were run through multiple times, as you've alleged, I think you said possibly up to 30,000 times, definitely thousands of times being counted. When we examine the poll book and see who voted, and we count those numbers,
Yes.
would they then not line up with the total number of votes coming out of Detroit?
Just later. The poll book is completely off. Completely off.
Off by
That poll-
30,000?
I'd say that poll book is off by over 100,000.
And
That poll book. Why don't you look at the registered voters on there? How many registered voters are on there? Do you even know the answer to that?
No, I guess I'm trying to get to the bottom of this here.
Zero. There's zero.
So, my question then is if the
Guess how many? Wait. What about the turnout rate? 120%.
Let's let Representative Johnson ask his question, please.
So the poll book number, there's two things that could happen here. Either the poll book number, if ballots were counted multiple times, there's two options. Option number one is that the poll book numbers are not going to match.
They don't.
The actual. Not by thousands and thousands of votes. That's not what we see right now.
You take a look
option number
again.
one.
Take a look again.
Option number two is that they essentially were filling in names of people who didn't vote.
Dead people too.
So is that?
Let's
I guess,
let
is that your
Representative
suggestion?
Johnson ask his question, and then when
I
he's
thought that
done,
was his answer. Okay.
Well, I guess that's
what-
my question here is why we're not seeing the poll book off by 30,000 votes. That's not the case.
What did you guys do? Take it and do something crazy to it?
I'm just saying the numbers are not off by 30,000 votes. So
I know what
are you
I
saying
saw.
that they're filling in?
I know what I saw, and I signed something saying that if I'm wrong, I can go to prison. Did you?
okay,
I'm just trying to ask you a legitimate question here.
Yeah, let's let Representative Johnson ask his question, and then don't interrupt him, and then if you want to respond to it, that's fine. Did you have more, Representative?
Yeah, I guess I just want to keep following back up with the poll book. So are we saying that the poll book is either wildly off or that they are
Wildly
filling
off.
in names?
It's wildly off, and dead people voted, and illegals voted.
Okay.
So that's my answer.
I think we're going to move on.
Yeah.
Representative LeGrand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, ma'am, can I ask you a simple question?
Sure.
When did you convey the narrative? When did you communicate substantially the narrative that you've given us today? At what do you recall the date that you gave that to the Trump legal team, to Mr. Giuliani and the woman sitting next to him?
To Mr. Giuliani,
To the team.
to them. I'm working with a different attorney.
Well, they're here with you now, and they heard your story, and it's not the first time they heard it. When did you tell them?
I have
when did you
not
give them
spoken
essentially
directly
the narrative?
to Mr. Giuliani.
Pardon? I'm not asking you to finesse here. I'm asking you, when did you tell them the narrative that
When
you're
did
telling
I
us
write
now?
my first affidavit? November 8th.
Thank you. That's a great place to start. Thanks.
Right.
All right.
But does that answer your question?
I
Because
think it does.
it was sent
If
to
it's-
Lauren
if it's-
McLaughlin.
If the
And I
narrative,
don't know.
I think we're good here.
Got it.
We'll move on. So thank you, Representative LeGrand.
Just clarify for the record, I met her for the first time today and talked to her for the first time yesterday.
But if you're saying the affidavit is essentially consistent with her testimony today, and that was submitted on November 8th, that's great. That's what I wanted to know.
I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I think everybody else could.
His statement was, I think his statement was, if the affidavit matches the testimony today, you're good. Is that what you said?
Of course it matches it.
Okay. All right. With that, I think we'll move on to our next person, if that's all right. Thank you for your testimony today.
Andrew Cito and Hima.
Is that right, or are we going to do the colonel?
I thought we'd do Andrew and Hima next together.
Okay.
They're the
let's
two
do it.
people that she mentioned.
All right, that makes sense since you mentioned it.
Maybe they can do it together.
All right, and thank you, and
then we'll do the colonel.
Okay, great. And if we could, I hope that we're respectful to the representatives here, both the Republicans and the Democrats. I think we're trying to ask legitimate questions. We're trying to get to the bottom of what happened, And I know the Senate had 7 hours of testimony yesterday. They heard from a lot of people. We've asked, a few more to come today, but we really, truly have, most of us at least, have genuine questions about what happened. And I think they're sincere in many cases. There were a couple that weren't in the early part, but I know with Representative S. Johnson and Representative LeGrand, they were legitimate, fair questions. So we just want to make sure we're respectful to the representatives. I'm also asking the representatives, be respectful to these people. I mean, these are regular citizens of Michigan who've seen things, please, who've seen things that they want to talk about. And you know what? It's pretty intimidating, I'm sure, to come to a legislative committee. Please, everyone. But it's difficult to come to a committee like this and to tell your story. Please, everyone. When you come to a committee like this, it can be tough. It can be intimidating. I know these are very hard stories for people to tell. I just ask that we try to be respectful of one another. And also, we don't want everybody to hear people yelling in the back. So with that, can you please say your names and tell us why you're here? And we look forward to hearing your stories.
My name is Hima Kolanagi Reddy.
My name is Andrew Cito.
And can you tell us why you're here?
I was a poll challenger, and I got trained by MIGOP and also...
Where were you a poll challenger?
At TCF Center.
In Detroit?
Yes.
And were you too?
Yes, I was a volunteer at the TCF Center on election night.
Okay.
I got trained by MIGOP and also by the Election Integrity Fund, but then I received my credentials from the MIGOP. So on the 3rd of November, I was representing MIGOP on the floor. And all I was doing that day was just stand behind the tabulators. I do IT. I have an IT staffing firm, so IT is my specialty. I was standing behind the tabulator machines, and I could tell right away that most of those people did not know what to do when a ballot gets jammed. And I had to literally stand behind them and say, you need to discard when a ballot gets jammed. And just like the previous witness, what she was saying, yes, those tabulators were getting jammed, at least, like she said, 3 or 4 times an hour. And if they knew what to do when there is an error, they were doing it right. To explain to the other person who was asking, when you take the jammed ballot out, you have an option to discard the number. There is a column that says, that's actually tabulating, that's incrementally tabulating every time a ballot gets scanned. So when a ballot gets jammed, you have an option to go and say discard. Then it makes it 0. But you also have an option to continue. So what happens is when you take those one jammed ballot plus the rest of the ones that got tabulated and put them through again, like feed them, if you say continue tabulating, it will add to that 24 or 25 wherever it got jammed, and then again rescan this entire thing. Like she said, the number only has to be 50. There were machines, at least not the machines I was guarding. I was behind tabulator number 5 and 6. And because I was on top of them, telling them every single time, stepping forward and saying, you didn't make it 0, those machines were doing okay. But I did come across a couple of other machines where the numbers were 300, 400. It's not supposed to be. But I could clearly tell that some of those people didn't know how to discard and start again. So was there an overcount? Yes. Was it off by thousands? I can't tell. I only can tell what I saw. And I witnessed that some people didn't know what to do when it was getting jammed. I don't know how much of training they all had, but some people did not know IT. Similarly, at the county board too, where I witnessed this big stack of ballots that came in with a note saying not in EPB/S, which is not in election poll book or system. I didn't even know that can even happen, that you can actually have ballots that are not in the poll book or in the system and still be fed into the system. These people were manually entering it, and I have the table numbers where this was getting done, like the counting board numbers, and they didn't know. They were manually feeding it with a birth date of 1900 something. And when I asked the supervisor why they were manually being fed, they said they did not know. They're only doing their job, and if I have a problem, I could go talk to somebody up there. But the thing is, they didn't even know how to unlock the voter record when it gets jammed. Because I'm in IT and I can understand the code behind it, I had to literally help them. I'm like, you have to go do this and do that. And that's when they kind of knew. So I could clearly tell most of these people didn't have enough training and they were just monotonously doing their job. And whether it was intentional or not, again, I cannot witness to that. I can only tell what I was there for. And again, I just want to tell everybody here that when we became a poll challenger, our intent was not to get into fights with anybody. I'm an immigrant, and this country gave me a platform to be what I am today. I run a successful IT business. I'm one of the fastest 50 growing companies in America. And I really love this country. When I became a citizen of this country, it was a choice I made. I had to give up my Indian citizenship to become a U.S. citizen. It's a choice we all make. That's a country we grew up in, but this is a country we chose to live. So we just have a lot of respect for this country. Putting ourselves out here, it's not fun. Trying to get our names out there, trying to just kind of intimidate us. You have to understand, coming to a country where we have nobody and then start our life here, it takes a lot of courage. So we do have courage. And especially for me to do this, it's really scary. It was very scary because I am a very private person. I have no social media accounts. I just like to live a very private life. But I knew what was at stake from what I witnessed at TCF, and my heart broke because I had a lot of respect. I still have a lot of respect for this country, and I don't believe in racism as like the mainstream media narrative. This country has given me a lot, and I'm very thankful for it. So today when I'm doing this, it's not because I'm trying to say who's good or who's bad. I'm just saying that this needs to be fixed. In a country like India, we have a national identification card without which we cannot vote. When we come into this country, we have a retina scan, we have fingerprints, everything when we are entering into this country through a border. How is that a vote, which is the single most important thing any person can do, is actually being cast without an ID, without any kind of oversight, and those ballots getting duplicated without an oversight, and all of this fraud that was happening, it was heartbreaking. So that's why I decided to put myself here. Another thing that I noticed is that there were Democratic challengers there. I don't even call them challengers. They were agitators. They were only there with one purpose. When GOP people or nonpartisan people signed up, we were only trying to ensure that there was integrity. Whereas when Democratic challengers signed up, their only purpose there was to intimidate the GOP people and get them out. So that was what was happening on the 4th when I got on the floor. I didn't have my GOP tag on, so automatically I was assumed to be a Democrat. And I have seen some women who came to me and I said, let's get these MFs out. And she was singing that song. And for me, I don't listen to secular music. And these days you can't even tell what is cussing and what is a song. So I thought maybe she was really singing a song. But then when I saw that she was targeting white male Republicans, accusing them of something like your mask slipped, you were not 6 feet away, so you need to go out, and your phone was out, and they were really intimidating all these white people. And I put myself out there, tried to help them, saying, why are you getting them in trouble? And they said, why are you taking their side? Then I showed my GOP tag, and then she said to me that I am on the wrong side because I had a GOP tag on. I was literally shocked that, somebody can judge me because of my political affiliation and say whether or not I'm on the right side or wrong side. I can think for myself. But then at that point, I saw that Republicans were getting escorted, and so many people got escorted that we became pretty scarce. We couldn't even man, we had only one person manning 4 or 5 tables because we were so low on numbers, and there were so many Democratic challengers there. So I just went to Election Integrity Fund and got my nonpartisan tag. And the reason I did that was not because I was not there for my party or trying to do something on behalf of my party. I'm just trying to ensure that the right thing is being done. So when I got the nonpartisan tag, at the counting board, the poll workers were very respectful because of my nonpartisan tag. But when I had the GOP tag, the first thing they said is 6 feet. You know the rule or you will be sent out. And I'm like, when I had the nonpartisan tag, a lot of rules didn't apply to me. So that just told me that, those poll workers, the Democratic challengers, ACLU, and so many other people that were there, their only job there was to block the GOP challengers from doing their job. And when I was with the nonpartisan tag and talking to Democratic challengers, most of them didn't even know what to challenge in a ballot. When I asked them a question, when I was asking supervisor a question, those people were literally confused because they didn't even know what I was asking. And then when I asked one lady, where did you get trained? She said, trained for what? Because they didn't know what they were there for. Their only job, I could tell there, was to block the GOP people from challenging or intimidate them and get them out.
And did you have something to say also about your experience?
Yeah, so because I was a volunteer, I came in for my training around 9:30 p.m. at the TCF Center. 10 o'clock, we went down to the floor. I was stationed by the center of the room. The center of the room, they have all the boxes lined up, and then they have one table full of the duplicate ballots. As I'm sure you're all familiar with duplicate ballots, so they have a table for duplicate ballots. Throughout the entire night, many employees were conducting theft of duplicate ballots. So they would come up to the table of duplicate ballots, grab 3 or 4 duplicate ballots, run back to their table, give one to another person at another table, and never complete the duplicate process. They would stash the ballots under boxes, and I would have to stand there for about 5 minutes and just wait for a duplicate process, and they would just look at me, and it was never ever completed. So that happened throughout the entire night. Then around 4:30 a.m., we had an announcement that a new shipment of ballots were arriving, and these boxes of ballots were brought in by Mr. Baxter himself at 4:30 a.m. from the rear of the room. So I personally witnessed Mr. Baxter carrying boxes from the rear of the basement of the TCF Center into the tables. So each box, I approximate 600 ballots. And it was like a full, what you have to know is that these tables, there's about 7 tables. They were 10-foot tables each. Every table was full of boxes of ballots. It's not tens of thousands or 20,000s. I approximate 50,000 ballots were brought in. Now, were all of those ballots brought in from the rear entrance to the TCF Center? I don't know. They were brought in from the TCF Center, but there was a lot more than just the ones that were brought in from the rear entrance to the TCF Center. And I'm talking, this is the 6 a.m. This is when we're starting at 6 a.m., the 4:30, 5 a.m. It was 50,000 ballots on the table, equal to the 2 rounds that we did before. We did a round around 10 p.m. to about 1 a.m. and then 1 a.m. to about 4 a.m. And then the boxes were brought in from the rear around 4:30. Then they had the shift change from around 5 to 6. So with the shift change, most of the volunteers were tired at this point. They only expected to be there from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. So 90+% of them left at 5 a.m. I decided to stick around. So they had the shift change. At 6 a.m., Mr. Baxter and his management team got back on the microphone and said, this is what the new shift change, right? The new employees says, this is what democracy is supposed to look like. Right in front of everyone, the whole room cheered. So this is how you know it's a good sign of a violation, that there's an imbalance of poll workers. This is the new shift. Even the first shift before that, I would say the same thing. But this shift, you can tell it's the same, again, another imbalance of poll workers, because the whole room cheered. So based off my sampling of a dozen duplicate ballots from 6 a.m. to about 2 p.m. the next day, because I was doing duplicates, from these duplicate ballots I observed, none of them were for Trump. None of them. And from the other 2 shifts or 2 rounds that we did earlier, only 1 ballot that I witnessed from a duplicate was for Trump. So I'm talking just a dozen off my sampling from that 1 shift of 6 a.m. to 2 p.m., none. And throughout the whole night, I only saw 1. 3 other challengers around me told me the same thing from their sampling. So also, we challenged ballots all night. Every challenge was refused. They never carried it out. They never issued challenge ballots. There's no track, no remedy, no records. No recording of any challenge ballots the entire night. So we challenged. Poll workers changed duplicate ballots to straight Democrat ticket. So for example, it would be like a mixed ticket. bubbles filled in everywhere. I witnessed employees taking their pen and filling in the Democrat straight ticket when it's not. And so you're going to have other people testify that when it goes to adjudication that they see two different parties filled in. And then 9 times out of 10, you're also going to have testimony too that says that the employees were saying it should go to the Democrats. That's true. Because there's 200 tables, 150 tables, however many tables there are, 5 employees per table, and they all have pens. And I witnessed them writing a ticket for the straight Democrat ticket. So I also witnessed like duplicates of duplicate ballots, which was very strange to me. We were making a duplicate, take it back to the tabulator, and again, make another duplicate of the duplicate. I personally asked the employees, hey, why are we making, first verify, is this a duplicate of a duplicate? They said yes. I said, why? This is the tabulator says unknown reasons. Okay. So, and then I also at the tabulators did see the double counting on the jams. I saw that several times. They would take the ballots that were just scanned and just rescan them again once there would be a jam. And then around 2 p.m., I leave the room for about 5 minutes to grab a snack because they're saying, snacks are coming in, go grab a snack, go ahead. I leave the room 2 p.m. The minute I leave the room, they block out the whole room with coverings. They prohibited access back in for me. And they said it's because we're exceeding COVID capacity. Now I'm going to wrap up with this. Mind you, the entire night, this room was slammed. It looked like the New York Stock Exchange on its busiest day. And then at 2 p.m. the next day, after 70% of the employees have already finished their work, they left the room. Now they're emplacing the exceeded COVID capacity rules, which was pure discrimination.
All right, thank you.
I just have to add one thing to this, the ballots that were an issue. I was at table 57 where I said that I saw a stack of ballots which had a sticky note on it saying not an EPB/S. They didn't know what that meant, but it didn't take me long to figure out why it was saying, what it meant. It is when they would scan a ballot, nothing would come on the system. So they would manually enter these. And that's when I figured out that they were not even referring to the poll book. So it is EPB/S, meaning election poll book or system. So none of these details were in either of those. And the thing that when I started writing down the ballot numbers and the last names of the person of the ballot that had the name on that ballot, they were all in sequence. These are absentee ballots, mail-in ballots. They cannot be in sequence. 2232 cannot have 2233 next to it because if they're mailed in, they come in all different numbers. And when I started noticing that these numbers are almost next to each other, like one or the other was in the middle, but then they were almost next to each other, my antennas went up. That's exactly when I thought something is not right here. Then I asked the supervisor. There was not even a date on those envelopes. It said November 0-2020. There was no second number there. Then I said, what is the date on this one? Then they got really mad at me. They said, you're not letting us do our job. You're disturbing us. And at that point, because we really don't want to be kicked out, so we were just kind of not challenging anything because we want to still stay in the room because we barely had anybody. Not only that, the sequence ballot numbers were all from the same area, like the Goddard Street in the downtown Detroit. Goddard Street, sequential ballots, signatures were all alike. They had no date stamp. It said it was empty after 0. There was no third or second or first or nothing. And none of them were coming up in the system. They were all being entered manually. They even knew that none of these details would even be in the poll book or in the system.
All right. Well, with that, thank you both for your testimony. We're going to go on to questions now. I'll start with Representative Steve Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. I think the most compelling testimony we've had tonight. You talked about the 6-foot rule, people being kicked out for that. There was a court case prior to the election dealing with this and saying that you had to allow a poll challenger to break that 6-foot rule to verify information. All right, I've got pretty good eyesight myself. I can't see someone's written address from 6 feet away. Sure. So the court case made it very clear that they did have to allow that. Now, when you're not challenging, you have to keep your 6 feet. were people allowed to break the 6-foot rule to challenge? And then my second part, when these Republican challengers were kicked out, were they allowed to be replaced by another one? Because it was very evident that there was plenty of other possible Republican challengers there. Were they replaced by one or not?
I'll take the first, you can take the second. The first one, when you said the 6-foot rule, we were in fact given a paper with these rules saying that we can break the 6-foot rule when we have to challenge a ballot. We even had the printed paper with us, and when we would show it to the supervisor, he'd say, we are enforcing the rules that we were given. That's the rule your team that sent you gave you. We don't have to abide by it because that does not apply to us. And we have to keep low profile. You have to understand if we don't want to be kicked out. If we don't want to, I may not be because I'm brown. But all I'm saying is, but that was my trump card that I used all day. But then the thing is, that's not a privilege for a white person. So white people, I could see, were not even daring to ask a question, because if they were even a little bit louder, they would say, you're disturbing them, so they need to get out. And you have to understand the poll workers were ganging up with Democrats. They were all in on the same team, and the only people that are being isolated are the Republican, white male Republicans. So that's
Please.
racism. If people ask me, was I ever treated unfairly, I would say rarely. Come to India, you will know what racism is. But here, no, I've been treated with a lot of respect. Now I see white people are being treated as, so much worse than, I was ever treated. So those people were not able to really loudly challenge because they will get kicked out. They did not want to abide by that rule where we can break that 6-foot rule to challenge a ballot because they didn't want to listen to what we had to say.
As per the second question, no.
They were not being replaced.
Republicans
Once
were
you're
not
out,
replaced.
you're out,
So when a
you
Republican challenger was escorted out, they were not allowed to be replaced by another one.
The only ones welcomed in were the media, no challengers from our side. But I would say there was two separate systems. There was our systems where we were exceeded COVID capacity, fall in line, follow the rules, and then there was the friendly, welcoming. Oh, you're the media. Come on in. Oh, who are you with? You're with them. Come on in.
Another thing I also have to say is when the GOP people were getting escorted out with or without handcuffs, every poll worker and all Democrats stood and clapped like it was some kind of, they all won a lottery ticket. And that is exactly when I decided I'm going to do this, because that was heartbreaking, because these people were doing a job, a volunteer job. They were not getting paid. They all were leaving their work to be here for their country to ensure election integrity. And they were treated like criminals, and that's not fair.
Not America. That's illegal.
Representative LeGrand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I could just ask you the same question I asked the last witnesses. When did you, if you file an affidavit here, or when did you first make Trump's lawyers, when did you give them this story substantially?
I didn't meet any Trump lawyers because I was working for Election Integrity Fund. I gave my affidavit the same day on November 4th.
Okay, so
I don't know what happened with those affidavits, and I've never met anybody from Trump team until, not even now. I haven't even met anybody yet.
Okay, you filed, so you're saying you filed an affidavit on this on November 4th?
November 4th.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
I in fact gave all the ballot numbers, the last names, the table number, everything that I observed the same day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative LeGrand. Next, we'll go to Representative Riley.
Thank you. I just wanted to try to understand what this was like when somebody tried to challenge a ballot. So you would say, I challenge a ballot, then what would happen after that? What was a series of events?
Even before the supervisor or the poll worker would respond to the challenge, the Democrats would just pounce and say, what are you challenging? And then when we try to give them what was the basis for challenge, like as I said, they had no clue because they were not trained. Their only training was to block the GOP people. So when we would say this is what we are challenging, they'd be like, they're clueless, obviously. And then the poll workers, they would be hostile. And they're like, we're not going to stop what we're doing. If you have a problem, you go take it up with the supervisors. they were all in on it together, so nobody was going to listen to it. Not a single challenge was ever entered, and this was the same thing happening.
So then if you went to the supervisor, he would not do anything?
No, nobody would do anything.
Okay.
So in addition to that, thank you. In addition to that, when there was no Democrat challenger, which I witnessed in the minority of times, I would make a challenge and the head of the table would say, you know, what's wrong? And I would say, this is wrong. And they say, no, that's not wrong. And I said, no, I'm challenging it. So, I mean, for example, just one example is I challenge you for filling in the Democrat straight ticket. Is that, can I challenge that? No, it's not a challenge. No, document, just push it through. That's what they did.
Oh, thank you.
Representative C.A. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, please indulge me. As a woman from the city of Detroit, a woman who has lived, I'm talking about me now, who has lived in the city of Detroit all of my 62 years, and having spoken with many, and by the way, thank you, having spoken with many people who worked the TCF or TFC. TCF.
All right, let's let Representative Johnson continue. And please get to your question, Representative.
I will. So my question really to you, Mr. Chair, I'm going to repeat it again. These people, our guests, are sharing information, just sharing and speaking. No one is under oath. The world is watching us right now, and the world is watching right now, and there are one person after another who's testifying or who's making allegations, because that's exactly what they are, allegations of wrongdoing in the city of Detroit. I wonder, and I'm going to ask you the question, did you see any cameras at the TCF Center? All right, so.
And Representative, I just want to remind you, I think it was the purpose of today's hearing to hear from people across Michigan who witnessed things at the TCF Center. That's why we're here.
Well, you know, here, and I'm not going to argue with you about that. Okay, so they're here, but they're taking so much time, and I see no Detroiters. There is one Detroiter. Stop that.
Please continue, Representative.
And there is one Detroiter, but I have many emails. Since there's no one who you have in this room to represent Detroiters, except a couple of us in this room, I have emails from Detroiters. We've taken, what, 2 hours?
Did you have a question? I'm willing... Please stop yelling. People in the audience, let me handle this. Representative, listen, we've had hearings in the past, as you know. We'll have more hearings. Today, we've invited Mr. Giuliani, and Mr. Giuliani has brought forward witnesses that he says have firsthand knowledge of fraud. That's what we are doing today.
And if we want to find out if...
Please let me finish.
Yes.
All right. So if you want to do other hearings, we're doing more hearings. But today we're here to hear from these people. So do you have a question for these witnesses?
No, I have some concerns, right. Well, many concerns, and I want to just share with you
out of order.
What the concerns
out of order. Do you have a point of order?
I'm sorry?
Do you have a point of order?
Yes.
What is your point of order?
Point of order is to have them under oath.
You're out of order. As I've said, this is something that is not done here in this state. It's really only...
it may not be done under the state, but you're allowing people to come in here and lie, and I know they're lying.
Representative, you're out of order. I've indulged you, but you're out of order, and we're going to move on.
And on behalf of my witnesses, I would like to point out that every single witness we've presented here has sworn an affidavit as to all of these facts.
And so,
Representative, please, I gave you some room there, but we're going to move on. We're going to go
May
now.
I say something, please?
Sure.
If that is what you want me to do, I would do it. And I will still repeat the exact same thing I watched. And you know what? I also want to say one thing. If it is a lie, it may change because a liar has to have a lot of memory power. If it is truth, you can ask me in the middle of the night, it'll still be the same.
All right, I'm going to take this here. Please stop. We're going to move on now to Representative Lefebvre.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it very much. Audience members, we're not going to be able to get to the end of this if we continue with interruption. So I would ask a little bit more patience with us. I have two questions as we have two witnesses. I hope that's okay, Mr. Chairman.
If there are relevant questions, I will let you proceed.
If they're not relevant, Mr. Chairman, please rule me out of order. I would appreciate it. Question number one, as I heard from... Could you say your name again?
Hema Kolanagi Reddy.
Hema, thank you.
You want to try that?
I'm going to try it once. I'm not going to try it twice because I got a bad memory. I heard that there are sequential ballots from one street called Goddard Street that have no dates.
Correct.
Approximately how many would you say?
Each box would have 50 ballots. There were about three boxes there. I was already tired because we have no chairs. So I took down, after 25 names, there's no point because you can see what's going on. So I immediately wrote down all those details, gave a sworn affidavit to Election Integrity Fund. And I said, this is what I witnessed. These are the names. These are the ballot numbers. And this is not the address, but then I told them that it's Goddard Street is something that just stood out because you can see it on the highway. So I know that name. I'm like, I don't even know what's happening. And we were told not to challenge anything at that point because they said this entire process needs to be challenged. So don't challenge. Try to stay in. Try not to get kicked out. So that's what I was doing.
Very helpful. Thank you. Andrew, approximately how many duplicate ballots did you see in general? And then, if you could, approximately how many of those duplicate ballots, and these are your words, not mine, do you believe were stolen or taken off of the table and brought to places that you believe they shouldn't have been brought to?
So, as my responsibility to stand in the center of the room by the duplicate table, an employee would come up and need a duplicate ballot, right? For example, just to layman's term, let's say there's a coffee stain on the ballot, right? Which none of these ballots had any real issues from as far as I know. They're all tabulator issues. But they would come grab a ballot, and my responsibility was to follow them to their table, to be the challenger, to observe over it. So there would be me, there would be the workers, and there would be a Democrat challenger, and we would observe over it. Throughout the entire time I volunteered, I would say between 24 to 36. And there were times where we had people stationed around the room. And so if there was someone who was stationed, like a Michigan GOP volunteer, right, was in a specific area, I would tell that employee, hey, watch over this duplicate ballot because I need to run back to the center of the room in case someone steals more ballots again. So they would do that. And if no one was there, then I would watch over it. And I watched over maybe 2 to 3 dozen throughout the whole night. So that's the first part of the question. The duplicate theft started in the beginning of the night. Roughly 10:30 p.m., 10:15 p.m., I saw theft of duplicate ballots where they would grab 3, 4. So no clear number. The number that I saw was probably in the first shift, I would say over half a dozen, easy. Second shift, it was more hectic, and I would say roughly the same thing. But you also have to take and consider that the third shift from 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. the next day, and also the 1 a.m. shift, because people were leaving at 2 a.m. and 1 a.m. They wouldn't stay until 5 a.m. because we're less people volunteering because they're weeding off. That the table was guarded less, and we have less people, so there's more opportunity for theft. Does that help a little bit?
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Camilleri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if what you're saying about the tabulation of ballots is true, and that some of these ballots were counted multiple times, why is it that there are not more ballots than those who are tabulated in our poll book?
I do not know how your system works. I do not. One thing I know is there were several ballots that were not in the poll book or in the system, and they were being entered manually. So how are you finally taking a tally of it? I do not know that. All I'm here to tell is what I witnessed. I do not know, end of the day, how you put all of this data together and how you come up with a number. And if it's tallied like a balance sheet, great. I don't think we would be here if that tallied. My best guess is it did not, so that's why we are going through all this.
So what I'm saying is that, in total, the registered number of voters in Detroit is about 500,000 around. The total ballots cast was around 250,000.
Okay.
And so we don't see multiples here, and that many other people have alleged that there were far more people who voted than those who live in the city of Detroit, and that just does not add up. It just
Thank you,
add
Representative.
That
And I
was
think
not
you-
part of my
thank you.
testimony.
I know.
I
Thank
think
you.
you asked a question, and she said she wasn't familiar.
I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. With that, I think we appreciate it. I did want to ask you though. Do you have any? I mean, both of you have been there on the front lines. You've been there in the TCF Center. You've talked today about what you've witnessed. Do you have any suggestions for us as legislators on policies or things that we should look at in terms of how do we prevent some of these things from happening to people like you again in the future? Have you put any thought into that? Like if you were to see new laws or things that need to be looked at in terms of preventing in the next election some of these things from happening at the TCF Center?
I would give you my perspective as being an outsider. I come from a country where a lot of things go wrong. Our countries are known for corruption. But when it comes to elections, there is, from what I've seen here to what we used to do back in India, it is a lot more organized now because we have an identification system. And the fact that now, as the other representative said, that you can actually show up and vote without an ID, it's shocking. How can you allow that to happen? Like, a lot of people think all Indians look alike. I think all Chinese look alike. So how would you tell? If some Chow shows up, you can be anybody and you can vote. And if somebody with my name, you can't even tell my name, anybody can vote on my behalf. So ID should be the basic requirement.
Please, let's let her testify, everyone. We want to allow the witnesses to speak. Thank you.
ID should be the basic thing, and there should be a cutoff date as to when you can request the mail-in ballots. It can't be like you can show up the same day and request it and give it the same day. The whole purpose of the ballot is defeated. I think you can put a lot of measures, maybe put policies that this does not get repeated because, and again, the fact that there was not a Republican present on every counting board, that was also a shocker. A lot of people I know from my own church, they wanted to work as a poll worker, but they were told that the positions were full, so they don't need any more Republicans. If only there was a Republican present at every table, maybe a lot of this would have been avoided. And also, I think, that the whole vitriol of the entire poll workers that were there, that to me was a shocking thing. I would expect a lot more respect. These are all fellow Americans. If it was towards an immigrant like me, at least maybe it's understandable, but these are all fellow Americans. Why would you hate them just because of their political affiliation? Maybe that could change. We're talking a lot about hate, BLM and everything. How about we also just extend it to, the white males or, whoever is being also treated very, that's discrimination what I noticed. And this is an outsider perspective.
Do you want to answer the question? Do you have any suggestions for us?
I'll be brief.
Yeah.
I mean, simply, we just can't let it happen. the way we do it is up to you, and that can change. You have to think about it, law changes over time, and it's going to continue changing for the next thousands of years, but we simply can't let this happen, because if we don't let this happen, then reality will change for the next thousands of years. So I would suggest maybe better enforcement immediately after the election, because clearly we're now heading into December. We don't want to cut it this close. We need, in the short term, a body that can say the day after the election or 2 days after the election, there's 20,000 dead voters, wipe them out immediately. And this should be apolitical, not political. They're just clearly dead. Have the database, enforce it. Why are dead voters still, now they're certified now? And I'm not trying to make a political statement, but we certified that knowingly.
Thank you. Well, I know you both are very brave coming here today, and I understand it's shocking the things that you've said today about what you've witnessed at the TCF Center. So thank you both for your testimony. We appreciate it. And now, Mr. Giuliani, I think we'll move on to the Colonel here. It's all right. So Colonel Phil Waldron is here. Please, when you're ready, Mr. Waldron, can you explain why you're here, what your background is, your expertise, and when you're ready, please begin.
Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to look at some statistical analysis. I worked with a team that's been looking at the voter manipulation, election manipulation since November of 18. I started looking at this issue in August of this year, doing a deep dive on several key areas with some of the electronic voting machine companies. And we started looking at some of the vulnerabilities that have been mentioned on the floor of the U.S. Congress and Senate that have been widely published in publicly available documentaries. So we began looking at the problems immediately after the election, doing analysis on anomalies in the data, and then we also did some forensics on a couple of locations up in northern Michigan in Central Lake Township and Antrim, and then talked to folks at Star Township. And all this information is in affidavits as well, sworn affidavits. In a nutshell, we began to look at anomalies in the voting systems. We looked at publicly available information from your state. First thing we noticed was that there are 643 precincts in Michigan with a voter turnout above 80%, which is a little bit anomalous. There were 21 precincts that were over 90%, 10 precincts that had exactly 100% voter turnout, and 6 precincts that were over 120% voter turnout. So as we began to look at that, my team focused on anomalous patterns where votes were entered in an amount of time that was physically impossible for the tabulation machines to process the votes. And so we found four spikes in the analysis that exceeded the tabulation machine's ability to process that amount of votes in a timeline. And that was in Kent County, Macomb County, Oakland County, and Wayne County. And again, this data was from Dominion and published, in open source. So those anomalies pointed us to a couple other things that some of your previous witnesses, who I just heard tonight, but the incremental absentee vote punches there was a big move from 652 on the morning of the 4th. 16,000 absentee votes were processed. Between 6:52 and 7:49 local time on the 4th, an additional 213,429 absentee votes were processed, and this aligns with some of the observations that the previous witnesses made. And then at 11:15 at a time 11:15 that same morning at a time period of about 8 minutes, which correlates to the time our previous witness, Miss Jessie, testified. There was 56,098 votes processed in an 8-minute period. Now, each one of these machines can process about 20,000 votes an hour. So you can do the math yourself, or it's in our affidavit. So the anomalous activity led us to believe that just looking at the data, that there were red flags for fraudulent activities, and we have subsequently asked for our team or someone else to do the forensic analysis to determine exactly what happened with those votes and those spikes that could not have been mathematically processed with the amount of machines that were present in the facilities. Our team also went up to northern Michigan to the Central Lake Township. We do have an affidavit from Miss Judith Koslowski. While we were up there, she had a tabulation or retabulation, and showed a pretty significant amount of change in the votes. We published an affidavit with those key elements that showed differences in the data runs and the tapes, and I believe I've provided that to you as well. And then a declaration by Robert Marsh, the Star Township supervisor, a couple of the excerpts. When he said, upon examining the tape at the close of the polls, I could see that President Trump had clearly won the presidential race in Star Township. He said, I believe the numbers were 462 for President Trump, with Joe Biden receiving 161 votes. Normally, when a candidate has such a large lead, it's safe to assume who the winner would be. Early the next morning, my wife received a phone call from a friend asking what happened to Antrim County going blue, meaning Democrat. At 7:36 that morning, I was texting our stats representative, Tristan Cole, to find out if those are the actual results. At the time, Tristan advised me that the numbers were not right, that Antrim County was reporting 462 votes had been credited to Joe Biden, and President Trump had only received 10 votes. So we saw numerous examples of numbers moving, numbers being flipped and switched. As you realize, the Antrim County is where the 6,000 vote glitch occurred. And if you look at the numerous references in the guidelines for elections in the Help America Vote Act, the Federal Election Commission Voting System Standards, and the Federal Information Security Modernization Act, an error rate is permissible for 1 out of 125,000 ballots. And if you look at just what happened in Antrim County, the error rate was 8.3, so which puts it about 750 times the allowable limit. And according to the regulations, that should have disqualified. They went later and changed that from a glitch to a clerical error, which they kind of changed up the reporting on that a little bit. In a nutshell, we found several other things using open source data. There is a gentleman named Eric Lutzen, and he has matched up a list. He started looking at voters above the age of 80 that were registered for voting and did vote in Michigan, and 17,327 Michigan voters also had a corresponding obituary. And I didn't print that whole thing out, but I can give you that website for the tabular data, and it's about 350 pages or so. So in the essence of time, I'll close it out. We'd be happy to chat if there's any other specific information that I can provide to you about our findings.
Sure. Thank you. So I just want to understand, I mean, was there something you were going to add?
I was going to ask him to spend a few minutes on Dominion.
Okay.
Company. He knows quite a bit about it, and he's one of the few people that has examined their machine.
Okay. Well, let me ask my question, and then we'll ask you about Dominion too. But I just want to understand. So we had the Antrim County Clerk in here, and we had her testify earlier this, in the last few weeks. And one thing that I found from her testimony is that she seemed not to be very well trained. Her clerks locally did not seem to be very well trained, and they basically they didn't seem to know how to work their machines. They didn't seem to run the proper tests from the testimony that would have discovered the mistakes. And then when the election happened, and we saw this 6,000 votes that went for Biden, and Congressman Bergman found that and reported it, and then they looked at it and they said, "What happened here?" And she said it was a technical glitch or whatever she said. Well, that came from her office, and now a few days later or whatever it was, she alleged it was human error, and that's what she said later. So based on that, I mean, what we have to go on in this committee is the testimony we've heard. And based on what she said, that looked like it was human error. If we go off what she said that the tape matched. She said this would have been discovered in a canvas because the tape matched. So I just wanted to hear if you have knowledge of this, if there's anything you can speak to on this, because that was the conclusion that I had come to after hearing her, that this was limited to Antrim County. And again, like I said, Dominion won't come in, so I don't know more. But I know in Antrim County, it sure seemed like the clerk there didn't know what she was doing, and that caused a lot of this problem and confusion. So can you tell us more about what you learned and address that for me? Thank you.
Yes, our forensics team went up to the Central Lake Township.
And can you clarify, is that in Antrim County?
It is in Antrim County.
Okay, thank you.
And this was included in the forensics report on Central Lake Township in Antrim, Michigan. The report date was November 29th, 2020. And on the 27th, the ASOG forensics team, which is Allied Security Operations Group forensics team, visited the Central Lake Township in Michigan. The clerk presented to two separate paper totals tape from the tabulator with the identification number ID2, tabulator ID2. One was dated poll opened November 3rd, 06/38/48, which was roll one. And the second dated poll opened November 6, 2020, 09/21/58, which was roll two. She was asked, Ms. Kozlowski.
I ask you, what does that mean? So was one, what were the two dates?
The
were
actual
two tapes?
poll date, November 3rd, and then the second on November 6th.
And there were two tapes.
Two tapes. They ran the ballots and printed roll two. She was asked by the county clerk's office to come in and do a retabulation on the 6th.
Okay, so there was a one run through and a ticket printed, and we went through that with the clerk. There's a ticket that shows the result.
Correct. And
on
then a
November 3rd on
retabulation.
Election Day.
Then a retabulation.
On November 6th.
Correct.
And you're saying that was ordered by the county clerk?
By the county clerk's office. She said she was notified by Connie Wing of the county clerk's office and asked to bring the tabulator and ballots to the county clerk's office for retabulation.
Okay, so what did you find when you looked at that?
They ran, roll one had a total of 1,494 total votes. Roll two had 1,491 votes. They had three less ballots because three ballots were damaged in the retabulation process. So Ms. Kozlowski said that she and her assistant manually refilled out the three ballots, curing them, and ran them through a ballot counting system. But the final numbers did not reflect the inclusion of those three ballots. So the shifts in the votes from tape one or roll one to roll two. On election night, President Trump received 566 votes. Vice President Biden received 340 votes. On the recount, Trump had one less vote at 565, while Biden was unchanged at 340. The other areas on the down ballot where we saw a lot of different number shift was a proposed ordinance to authorize marijuana, and then a retail establishment within the village of Central Lake. So those were the ballot proposal to authorize marijuana went from not passing to passing by shifting votes and removing when the recount, the 3 ballots were not counted, the proposal passed with 1 vote. And then for school board, even though this was a ranked voting, and the top 2 apparently were going to be elected, there was a significant number of votes. There were 742 votes added to this total. Between the election, there were 1,068 votes, and then on the recount, there were 1,810 votes that showed 112 write-in candidates. The school board member shifts were significant, as well as there was a change in the state proposal 20-1. There was a change in those numbers. So the way that works, the township clerk was given 2 compact flashcards as a security key. One of the compact flashcards is known as the ISD card. So it goes into the administrator slot, and then the CF card goes into the poll worker slot. And then there's a security key that's used on the security key. So Ms. Kozlowski was given the cards that were in proper retention and reran the tapes. The difference in the administrator card, which is the software load, the poll numbers were pretty much the same, but votes in between those 2 runs shifted. So there's a discrepancy in the forensics.
How did you find that?
The discrepancies?
Huh?
In the actual tapes, in the tabulation
one
tapes.
machine?
One machine, yes.
It made that many mistakes?
They made a lot of mistakes.
Did it do anything right?
It kept pretty close to the other votes, but it did not meet with the standards of the Federal Election Commission. We have not examined forensically in this election more than this machine. It's pretty much been blocked.
So
it definitely is far outside the limits of the 1 in 250,000 vote error rate.
So
Based on that, would you want to examine more machines?
Yes, sir.
Just to understand, so what the clerk has said is that, and I heard you say there were 2 tapes, and then you kind of went through how there were some differences on the 2 tapes. What the clerk has said is that there was a problem basically with the way the count was displayed on the website, but that when they looked at the tape, that the count was accurate, and that would have been caught in the canvas. Do you agree with that, or do you disagree?
So the votes were canvassed on election night, according to Ms. Kozlowski, and approved. And for some reason that she did not know, she was asked to come back in to redo. She said on this is the declaration of Ms. Judith L. Kozlowski, and it's signed and dated, and this declaration is under penalty of perjury. She said on November 5th, I was contacted by, on election night, we close the polls after the absentee ballots have entered into the tabulator. We take our ISD cards to the machine and take them, the security fob, and the results of the electronic poll book to the county clerk's office that night. She said, I received my ISD cards when I went to the county building and received my precinct kits from Connie Wing prior to the election, and never received nor was made aware of an update, as I did not need any updates. On Thursday, November 5th, I was contacted by Connie Wing of the county clerk's office and asked that I bring my tabulated locked ballot container and tabulator to the clerk's office for retabulation. Because of time constraints, a retabulation did not occur, and I was asked to return on Friday, November 6th. I was given the ISD cards and security fob. We set it up, and the retabulation began at 9. We finished at 8:55. The retabulation was done in the presence of the Antrim County Board of Canvassers and the Antrim County Sheriff, along with the Deputy Clerk, Patricia Marshall. At the completion of the retabulation, all the voted ballots from November 3rd, I asked that the Board of Canvassers was ready for me to close the poll and run the tally tape, which I did. It was at this time that I noticed a number of votes cast on November 6th had changed from the tape on November 3rd. So I stated to the board that the numbers had changed. The board did not respond to my comment. To this date, I still do not know why Central Lake Township was the only township that had to retabulate. Other township clerks asked me why I had to do this, and I could not explain. And that is item number 5 on her declaration. So that's what I know.
Okay, thank you. Well, next we'll go to Representative Steve Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in your analysis, you talked about how the number of votes coming in were at a rate higher than they could actually be processed through the machines.
Correct.
And this is after the polls have closed?
Yes, sir. This is...
So forgive my ignorance here, but the way I understood it is that the numbers don't get counted one by one. A precinct will count all their ballots, and then they submit all their numbers. So the fact that there's a lot of numbers coming in within a short period of time isn't because a bunch of ballots all of a sudden get counted. It's because machines from all over the state that had been counting for hours all day long finally decided to upload their information. I mean, am I missing something here? Like, that's how I always understood how these things work is, I live in the city of Wayland. I vote. They, I think 7 to 8 o'clock, they shut down, they do everything, and then they upload it. They didn't all of a sudden run through 1,000 votes. No, those 1,000 votes were counted over hours and hours.
So the timeline of the reporting, which is it's got timestamps on the data files, the data logs, where it's uploaded. Those show 4 spikes that totaled 384,000 votes in a combined interval of 2 hours and 38 minutes. So those...
Why is that not possible? Because they're not running 300,000 ballots through that quickly. That's just
Correct.
Machines
Yeah.
from around the entire state. So if you have the city of Detroit with 250,000, obviously Detroit came in later, but hypothetically, there's big cities in Michigan, big precincts, and they start filing at the same time. It seems to me like it's actually quite logical that you would have a lot coming in a short amount of time. As someone who's a political candidate, as I watch the numbers come in, usually there's nothing, and then all of a sudden you get a bunch of spikes. Oh, we got City of Kentwood. Oh, we got Gaines Township. You start seeing things come in. I don't think that's proof of fraud or anything. I think that's just how it works. Am I missing something here?
So if you look at the total number of machines, and the machines can count about 2,000 ballots per hour per machine, the calculation sum would yield about 100,000 ballots as a maximum number of ballots that could be processed.
But they're not processing that ballot in that time frame. They've been processing those ballots all day long. They are just uploading the total number at that time.
Well, they're actually uploaded at various intervals along that timeline throughout the day.
Say that again?
They're uploading those results at various across that timeline throughout the day.
I don't think that's accurate. I don't think they upload results until after everything is done. I mean, that's actually a pretty big deal with Republican, at least. We actually have been very clear of, you don't start reporting the ballots until everything is done, everything is closed out. So I don't think that's actually accurate. If that is accurate, that's something we need to look into, that they're continuously uploading the numbers throughout the day, but that's not my understanding.
Yeah, so if you look the Edison data provided to the New York Times, it shows pretty much of a continual upload throughout the day. And then there are spikes that occur at specific times that are bump loads, but I can provide this to you.
The question is, did you give us that? As I know you gave us a packet, that's not in it.
It should be in the affidavit that I provided
we don't have
to you,
that.
Mr.
Okay.
Chairman.
Did he answer your question? Okay. Next, we'll go to Representative Camilleri.
I'll pass. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Representative LaFave.
Yeah, thank you, Representative Johnson. If you and I agree on the thing you were just talking about, that could be a real problem if something is different. But Colonel, I've got, tell me if I'm wrong, 10 precincts in the state you believe voted at 100% approximately?
That was according to data from the state, yes, sir.
6 precincts at above 100%?
Correct.
Add those up for me. About how many votes is that?
We just looked at voter turnout, so I didn't add up the votes from those precincts.
Think you could send me an email? Let me know the total number of votes there.
Well, why don't you, we'll have him send it to the committee. We'll work with that. We can send it to the clerk. Continue, Rep. Lefebvre. Did he answer your question?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Okay. All right. And I wanted to, we had talked about Dominion. Was there something that you wanted to discuss about Dominion? I understand that perhaps you've examined these machines. I know for us, we can't get Dominion to come in and testify. And one thing that I would like to do is examine the machines to understand, because my belief is that if we could look at the machines, if we could examine their software, we'd have a good idea then of whether all this stuff is true or not. But the problem that I have is that because Dominion won't come in, they won't testify. They won't provide us machines. They won't do these things. It's hard for me to wrap around this Dominion theory because basically we're going off of what people are saying and we're hearing nothing from Dominion. So, as we're investigating, I think that would be very valuable to us. But from what I understand, you've looked at this. So what can you tell us about the Dominion voting system?
We began looking at these companies, as I mentioned, the team that we joined that had begun studying this back in 2018 after the Kentucky governor's race, and then several races in Texas with the ES&S machines. We really started looking at the lineage of these companies and the code to the software, and they really seem all go back to Smartmatic or SGO Smartmatic. They do have licensure agreements between Smartmatic and Dominion, between Smartmatic and ES&S, which is another major voting machine. And really the core of these voting systems are rife with vulnerabilities. I was an information warfare officer, so I looked at ways to penetrate, defeat, and corrupt other systems, whether it was through electronic warfare, through other means. And these systems are highly vulnerable to penetrations at multiple levels throughout the system. The easiest way and the most discreet way is USB drives. In classified systems in the military, I worked with both secret and top secret and other special access programs. All those machines had the USB drives deactivated. You could not use them just because of the critical vulnerability. These machines all work off of USB drives, and so we've found in dealing with Pennsylvania and in Arizona, there is no control, there is no chain of custody in the USB drives. Workers can stick a USB drive in. We could stick a USB drive into any of your laptops. You don't know what's on there, and you can change software, you can change operating systems with the USB drives. And the core of these systems is manipulability. This is the operator's manual and the implementation statement for 5.1. One of the myths that has been propagated even by the director of CISA at Homeland Security, which is the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, is that, well, these machines are not connected to the internet. In the operator's manual, there's a whole page of references that show you how and when to connect and what selectors to connect to servers and to routers, so it is connected to the internet. That's how you get election night reporting. That's through another company called Clarity Elections. They provide early reporting to the news media. Matter of fact, as I was looking at one of the counties where I saw the spike, I believe it was Oakland County. I was going to the Oakland County, the 2020 elections results, And I clicked on the election results, and a warning flag pops up to the right side, and it says, you're leaving this domain. You're going to clarityelections./mi. So the information for the counties in your state isn't really maintained or owned by your county and state, but rather a corporation that's owned by SOE Software and Cytl, SCYTL, which is a Madrid, Spain corporation. It went bankrupt in May of 2020 and was purchased by another UK registered company. So we've recently found, and we're digging further, that there was a $400 million financial transaction to Dominion Voting Systems in October, 1 month before our election. We're digging into that, but we know through some of the leaked information from the Panama banking system that SGO, Smartmatic, and Dominion both share a physical address in a small building in Barbados as registered headquarters. So these companies share licensing agreements. They share a common core of their DNA is the code, is the software. And I'll be happy to provide you an electronic copy of this operator's manual. And when you read through here, and you can see all the options that administrators and operators of these systems have, like some of the previous witnesses mentioned, they can assign, they can vote blank ballots. They can delete data. They can they can mass adjudicate write-in ballots. So it is designed to be inaccurate. It's designed to, if an individual or a team of individuals had a malign purpose, this would be the tool that I would want to use.
Can I ask you,
Colonel, tell them the history of Smartmatic. When did it start? Where did it start?
Smartmatic.
And what was it developed to do?
Smartmatic was developed in Venezuela. Hugo Chavez was the president, and basically he invested, I believe, 28% of the money to fund Smartmatic to control the Venezuelan elections. I personally debriefed the son of a Cuban intelligence officer who was at dinner with two of Hugo Chavez's relatives when Maduro's election was in question due to the populist uprising in Venezuela. And they told him, the son of the Cuban intelligence officer, don't worry, it's guaranteed. Our father invested the money to start SGO. So,
and have they been involved in numerous elections that have been questioned as to the integrity of the election?
Numerous elections in Central America, the South Pacific, and Europe.
And are they allied with Dominion?
Well, at least in Barbados, with a shared.
Does Dominion use their software?
The Dominion software, so that where the merger of the DNA comes, is there's the licensing agreement, and as a result of a lawsuit, Sequoia Voting Systems was sold off of SGO and purchased by.
Who owned Sequoia?
SGO Smartmatic owned Sequoia. They sold Sequoia Voting Systems to Dominion Voting Systems, and they also purchased Premier as a result of an antitrust. So all of the DNA and the code and the software in these machines are very, very similar. As a matter of fact, there's testimony on the House floor as late as July of 2019 that decries that we're actually still using this equipment that is full of holes. My team is doing analysis all over the country right now. We can't meet the demand because there's so much. But there was about a 40-page document with the vulnerabilities that was pulled down off of Stacey Abrams' website about these systems across the party, across the aisle. There have been Democratic senators, Senator Klobuchar, Senator Warren, as well as Republicans. So this is an American issue. This is a national security issue. Our voting systems are defined as national critical infrastructure, just as critical as nuclear power plants, just as critical as petrochemical, steel, and ports.
What's fractional voting?
Can I ask? I'm going to ask a question here. So I just wanted to understand why. So when we hear these things, they say in the press, they say this has been debunked, right? Every time I read about this, they say this has been debunked.
Fake news.
Please, we don't want to have to remove anybody, and I'm serious. We're not supposed to yell out here, but let me ask you. When you hear that, why do you think they're saying that? Because we do hearings like this. For many people, this is the only time they hear testimony like yours. But why are they saying that it's debunked? Do you have a theory on that?
I have a theory in life, and it's about people and personal behavior. It's either a variable of competence or a variable of commitment. In this case, they would be either incompetent. They haven't done the research like I and my team have done. They haven't looked to the user's manual of these systems. They haven't rationally thought that, these election votes are updated in real time. How does that happen? Nobody's getting in from a car from Lansing, Michigan, and driving it to New York to be uploaded at the Rockefeller Center. So these are connected. And actually in the operating diagrams of the systems, the high-level block diagram, this is Democracy Suite. It shows Democracy Suite, EMS application and document management server, the Democracy Suite database server, the data center. This is data. This is electronic data. Your ballots are put into the machine and they're turned from a paper ballot to a ballot image. And the ballot image is data. And the data can be manipulated with something as easy as a USB drive.
Thank you. Representative Riley.
Thank you. So I'm just trying to figure out, would not a recount detect if you had a software manipulate the votes? Wouldn't that be easily seen?
So what we observed, and your other witnesses tonight observed, is a injection of paper ballots. Whether those are accurate or not, you could recount the manual ballots, but unless you did a forensic audit of the ballot itself, you wouldn't be able to tell if the ballot was fraudulent or pre-printed. We have technology to be able to do that. A gentleman that I'm associated with in Texas, his name is Jovan Pulitzer. He invented the QR code and scanner and scanning capability, owns a patent on all that. He's devised a way to determine fake ballots or ballots who were pre-printed. So
yeah, but isn't that another issue altogether? I'm just talking about
this is a multifaceted issue, but yes, the forensics data, if you have access to the software code that was driving the algorithms in these machines, and I say algorithm because the data that's the raw feed of the data is reported in decimal places. So if you're tabulating votes, your vote, my vote, Representative Johnson's votes, well, that's 3 votes. This data is reported in 3-digit fractions. So how is that possible in an additive function? So the software and the code is what we would need, or a qualified forensics team of your choice would need to look at to determine what algorithms were in the USB drives that drive the machines. And the number pattern that we see is that they would pick 3 to 4 precincts. They would run the algorithm for an X amount of time till they got close to the precinct threshold so it wouldn't kick off the overvote situation, and then they would move it to another precinct. So this is a complex issue with injection. In Pennsylvania, we heard a gentleman who, again, signed an affidavit as a truck driver that he delivered a truckload of ballots to a vacant lot in Pennsylvania from New York, And his assumption was the ballots were just left there. There was no one there to sign his bill of lading, to give the bill of lading. So the hypothesis or the assumption is that was used as a staging area for people to go pick up pre-printed ballots to move into the system. For example, what we saw in some of the late absentee numbers in Michigan.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. With that, we'll move on. Thank you for your testimony today. We appreciate it. And now we're going to invite up one more person, Monica Palmer, who's a Wayne County canvasser, if I understand right. And then we'll let you testify for a couple minutes, tell your story, and then we'll let the Trump legal team close after that. So we ran a little long on that first witness, and we wanted to give some deference there because obviously she had been, she'd been through a lot, and she really shared a very powerful story, and you could tell. I mean, it's intimidating to come here to the legislature and to deal with what she's dealt with, but we appreciate that she came to tell her story. We wanted to give her some time. But we wanted to also allow you, Monica, to come in and testify. So when you're ready, please tell your story and explain why you're here. Thank you. Make sure you push the red button.
Thank you, Chairman Hall and members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to address you this evening. I am Monica Palmer. I am the chair of the Wayne County Board of Canvassers. As you may be aware, after the primary, we had 76% of the precincts, the absentee precincts in the city of Detroit were unrecountable because they were out of balance without explanation. We had bipartisan support and a request for an investigation by the State Bureau of Elections, and we requested the Secretary of State to assist with administering the general election in November in the city of Detroit for the absentees. After the primary, when we had the 76% of out-of-balance precincts, I had people question me, Monica, is it fraud or is it human error? And at that point, I didn't know because I've never witnessed the process before. So election night, 9 p.m., November 3rd, I went down to TCF Center. I was credentialed as a GOP challenger, and I went in to observe the process, hoping to see some improvements being made. I did not challenge anything while I was there. I was strictly there to observe. I did note one thing, the ballot containers, the metal boxes that hold the ballots once everything's sealed up at the end of the evening. The Board of Canvassers, the County Board of Canvassers are responsible on an incremental basis to touch and feel and make sure that those ballot containers are secure. And they're labeled with a sticker that says this container is certified and it's got the signatures of the board members on it. As I was walking through TCF Center, I located 5 ballot containers that had red "Do Not Use" labels on them. They were damaged. They were new containers that were ordered. They had manufacturing defects. The weld on the back seal, the seal on the welding on the back side was not completed properly, and you could slide paper in and out of the back of the boxes. Those containers that were used with the red labels will not be recountable. The chain of custody has been broken for those boxes. I was at TCF Center for 26 hours straight. I got there 9 o'clock election night. I left around 11 p.m. Wednesday evening after counting had been completed. They were working on closing up the poll books. There's a lot of other testimony from challengers that can describe the activities that happened in there. I won't waste your time with that. I want to move on to the canvass. We had gone through the initial canvass of about 20% of the absentee counting boards and realized that the number of voters in the poll book, so people cast, did not match the number on the tabulator tape, ballots cast. It is the job of the canvass, the county canvass, to correct any mathematical errors, to make those two numbers balance or reconcile the difference. The good news here is that the batches of ballots that may have been scanned multiple times The job of the canvas is to catch that mathematical error and correct it. So if you have 100 voters, 100 ballots that were issued, and there's 300 ballots that were tabulated, you count the ballots in the box, it should match the ballots that were issued, 100, you retabulate them, and that's corrected. Things you cannot catch in the ballot, in the canvas. You cannot catch date stamps on envelopes. You cannot catch the validity of a voter, whether they're dead or not. You cannot catch signature verification. Those are things we do not look at within the canvas. Just a little point of reference to help you manage through the details you're hearing. An observation for TCF Center. In the primary, we had workers, poll workers working long hours. There appeared to be a change in the general election, where there were shifts of employees. And I believe that was a positive change. It was good to see. So you didn't have people very, very, very tired trying to close these boxes out. What I did notice on the night shift, election night, 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. the next morning, there were 134 counting boards. They had 5 workers at each table and supervisors throughout. The majority of that shift, those workers were not processing ballots. They were sitting idle. So as you're looking forward to legislation and concerns about, do we need more time to process these ballots? The time is not involved in actually going through the ballots or scanning them through the tabulators. It's the adjudication process. And the adjudication process is a screen. If there's a ballot that the machine can't read, humans have to view that ballot on a screen and make a determination. That process is the bottleneck in the timeline that it took to get through processing the absentee ballots in Detroit. So as you move forward with potential legislation, maybe look at some funding sources to get the right amount of equipment to help them get through that. Back to the canvas and the numbers not matching. 20% into processing the absentee ballots, we realized we had a large portion that did not match. And it's standard procedure to contact the clerk when you have that happen to ask if they have any envelopes that may not be scanned, if they have anything stuck in an auxiliary bin, ask them for a corrected list if possible. We did not get corrected statement of voters, so people cast, until 13 days after the election. It was the afternoon, the day before certification, when a large black tote was brought into the canvas containing multiple precincts' new voter lists. Some of those voter lists managed to make the balances work out. At the end of the day, less than 24 hours later, the canvas was given a verbal report for the plus and minus. We were not provided with an executive summary written, even though I requested one. And that oral report, my quick math showed that 71% of the counting boards, and we've got to be careful, because in the primary we were talking precincts, now we're talking counting boards, which are, it's a different math formula. But 71% of those counting boards were unexplained were unbalanced without explanation. Having less than 24 hours to get corrected voter lists and going through 134 counting boards to make those differences is not a lot of time. And that is why I originally voted no on the certification, because I believe the state needed 10 more days to continue to dig through that to find those explanations. As you continue to move forward through legislation, with the information I was giving, I can't tell if there was an issue with missing scanning envelopes, if there's an issue with the voter file, with the poll books, with the supplemental lists, with the unlisted list. I don't have that information to be able to know to tell you how to fix that. But getting corrected information 13 days after the election is not the way to go about it. And one more item to note, in the State Board of Canvassers meeting, Daniel Baxter said that they did not issue any revised poll lists. I don't know if he was misinformed or misspoke, but there were clearly an entire tote of revised lists delivered the day before the certification. And I'm happy to answer any questions, and due to time, if you have additional questions, please reach out to me afterwards.
All right, thank you, Monica. And I heard stories about how you were threatened and bullied and attacked by a lot of these radical left-wing people, and so I have my sympathies for that. And you have my sympathies for that. I know you've been through a lot, and it's courageous for you to be here and testifying today. So thank you. With that, I'll go to Representative Weber.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your service on the Board of Canvassers. My question is, do you have any recommendations for this committee and the legislature with regard to empowering Board of Canvassers to maybe have a more substantial role in the process going forward? I know reading some of the media reports, you seemed kind of frustrated with the limitation of what you could and couldn't do in the canvass.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. The Board of Canvassers across the state of Michigan, most of the other boards in the other counties, the 4 canvassers are the ones going through every poll book and looking at the number of voters and the number on the tape. Wayne County is huge, and it has different rules because there's so much work, 4 people wouldn't be able to complete it. The county clerk's staff is assisting the Wayne County Board of Canvassers. And I've only been on the board for 2 years. I roll up my sleeves and get involved, and I'm going through poll books with staff to help understand the process. I think if I'm going to certify this election, attesting that it's valid, I need to know what's going on. My understanding is that Wayne County operating differently has not been involved in the actual processing process that much. But in return, I think maybe what you might have been asking was more authority for the Board of Canvassers, because we have no control over what the clerk does. We have no control over the Secretary of State. We have no authority to demand an audit. We have no authority to tell anyone how to change their processes. But at the end of the day, we're holding the bag for whatever results come out of the election.
Thank you. Representative Camilleri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. I also first wanted to say thank you for doing your job and certifying the election. I really do appreciate that. One thing that I would like for us to just clarify here, as we know, the unbalanced precincts are not unique. It's not unique to this election. It happens in other elections in years past. The rate of unbalanced precincts in Detroit and cities like Livonia were roughly the same. So why did we have such a focus from your public statements as well as others that you've made to the media and at your Board of Canvassers meeting? Why was the focus specifically on Detroit's unbalanced precincts and not more so on other cities like the city of Livonia?
I was not given a written executive summary prior to the meeting. If you watch the Zoom call, staff was listing off communities plus or minus in or out of balance. They're referred to Detroit or out of county. Livonia was specifically brought up because there were some troubles there. But when you're referencing out of county and Detroit, it's already separated into 2 different groups. I was doing the math on fly, scribbling, and referenced the percentage, comparing it to the primary, because we already had identified that there was an issue that we were hoping to see some improvements in. The actual motion that came to certify the election, that came with a resolution for an audit, requested an audit of all of Wayne County, all of the unbalanced, unexplained precincts, not just the city of Detroit. It did get heated after the no vote, and there was some hostility from board member comments. There was some pressure from council. I did initially reference Detroit first. A few sentences later, I did bring up Livonia as well. I was not singling out one community. This is about making sure that we have accurate documentation that can be audited and that there's explanations. And that's what I was trying to accomplish. Thank you.
Yeah, and I understand, like in Livonia, and this might not be related, but in Livonia, I heard, because we had a state house race there that was pretty close, a couple hundred votes. And then what I understand happened is that somehow they can't recount most of the precincts. Can you explain that?
Sure. So if you have 103 ballots that are issued, people cast. If you have 3 individuals who spoil their ballot, they make a mistake and they take it and they say, I need a new ballot. So you issue another one. So now you have 106 ballots that have been issued. You only have 103 that are counted, and you have 3 ballots that are in an envelope for spoiled ballots. 106 does not equal 103, but there are notes in the poll book and there are spoiled ballots that you can reconcile the difference. They're out of balance. It's a normal occurrence, not a problem. The problem is when you have 106 ballots cast, people, and you've got 135 in your total for the votes for the night. And if there's no explanation in the poll books how you get there, it's not recountable, and that is a problem. And specifically to your point in Livonia, where you've got a state house race, when you have communities that have this a high number of precincts that are unexplained and not recountable, it's going to hurt the recount for your mayor, your city council, the school board members. In Highland Park, the last time we had a recount in there, it was a city council recount, and half of the precincts couldn't be recounted. We had an entire community in there hoping to see the numbers and make sure it was right. And the candidate was distraught when she filed to have all of the precincts recounted and half of them couldn't be recounted. We've got to figure out how to get it right.
Yeah, I think just for me, that's always something I found very odd is, like for many years we have elections and then they say, well, we can't recount Detroit or we can't recount Wayne County because they say either the boxes are unsealed or the ballots don't add up. Was that widespread in Wayne County this time? Or was it limited to Livonia or what?
Again, if I had a written executive summary that showed me every precinct for the entire county, I could have prepared and highlighted and went, these 15 communities outside of Detroit all had problems. I don't have that information. I still don't have that report.
Wow. Now what is being, in Wayne County, which is where you can speak to, do you know, why does this sort of thing happen election after election? And maybe it happens elsewhere, but you're the Wayne County canvasser. So I just want to understand, as a canvasser, what do you say to the elections people when they tell you this year again, the ballot boxes are unsealed, the ballots don't add up? What do you say to them? Because I can't figure it out. Why is it always that way? What do you say to them to improve that? Please, sir. Please, sir. Please, sir. Please, sir. Please, sir. All right. So my question, though, is on Wayne County and the city of Detroit. Do you hear from them to say what are they going to do to stop this from happening in the future, so we can recount these precincts and we're in these there is a trail?
We made that request after the primary.
And what happened?
I have not seen a report from the investigation. I saw lots of press releases from Secretary Benson saying that she was going to help with staff, and it did look like there was plenty of staff around TCF Center, so that appeared to be an improvement. I asked for a meeting with Clerk Winfrey prior to the election to try to understand the process a little bit better, to see what kind of improvements were being made. I did not receive a meeting with her before the election.
So would you say that in these election officials in Wayne County are not following the laws there?
I can't say that. I
Okay.
don't know that to be true.
But they're not communicating well. Would that be right to say they're not communicating what they're doing to why these problems are still happening with you as a canvasser?
I have no authority over that position. The clerk is not required to communicate with me.
Yeah, that seems like a problem. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Sure. Thank you for sharing that. I didn't know the answer to that. We'll go now to Representative Riley.
Thank you. When it comes to the precincts that don't balance, is there a quantity that we know? Is that public knowledge?
that don't balance or that don't balance unexplained.
No, the
Because being out of balance, if it's explained, is okay, it's recountable.
Okay, but do we know the quantity, when something is not balanced, do we know the quantity of votes?
I believe, I ask for a cumulative total, because you have some that are higher and some that are lower. And the verbal number that was given to me during the canvassers meeting, I believe was around 400. But again, if I had a written executive summary that showed me every precinct that was plus or minus, there would be a total at that bottom of the page, and we could look at it real easy.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Representative C.A. Johnson.
Good afternoon, and thank you for being here, and thank you for what you do, and thank you for your vote.
Please, let's let her ask questions.
Mr. Chair, when we get a chance, I'd like to have this kind of even because we have a Detroiter.
Representative, I think you made that point earlier,
Oh.
and as I said, we're going to have more hearings, but what is your question?
No, I would like to have her address this body.
Okay.
She is a Detroiter.
We're going to move on, Representative, if you don't have a question. I'll go now to Representative Johnson, Steve Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you talked about getting a number of revised poll books. Is that? Could you explain what that is? Because I'm not an elections guy.
Sure.
Explain that to me. Thank you.
Okay, in your poll book, there is a section that's the statement of voters. So for the absentees, it will show all the absentee ballots that were issued, requested, issued, and received. And you can see the dates in there for every person, and there's a total at the bottom. So on election, I believe it was Sunday that the poll books were printed. So all of the ballots that were received by Sunday when they were printed are in this list. There's a supplemental list for any ballots received after that. Okay, because you've got ballots coming in on election day while they're being processed. You add those two together once the polls are closed and you've got your total number of ballots received on election day, you add those two numbers together and that should be the total of ballots that you have sitting here. If they don't match, your phone call is to the clerk and say, why don't they match? Do you have envelopes that sitting on your desk that didn't get scanned? There is a method of going through the entire pile of envelopes to make sure every single one of them is scanned, and it does take some time. But in order to be able to make the mathematical corrections, how do you know, is my list of voters right, or is my number of ballots right? So you try to get, if there's any updates that need to be made to that list of voters, you try to make sure you've got that correct number to start from. Does that help?
That does help. Now, is it possible for someone to, let's say we're doing an investigation audit, can we see the original poll book as well as the revised version, or is only the revised version out
My
there?
understanding is that staff retains the original list and the revised list.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Representative LeGrand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So help me understand this, because I've been involved in recounts in my county, and we have exactly, this issue is pretty much universal. Like, it's a question of ratios change, but like nobody has 100% balanced precincts. And we heard testimony in the committee about that previously. My understanding was that you could recount if your tabulated number equals the number of paper ballots you have, not that it has to equal the poll book. Am I wrong on that? And if that's true, then I think you can recount a whole lot more than the 71. You're saying 70% of them roughly can't be recounted?
Yeah,
I don't think that's right.
My understanding is that the votes, the people cast must match the votes cast. And then once you open it up, you count the paper ballots, and the paper ballots have to match the ballots cast.
Correct, but then that makes that recountable. In other words, if there's a tension with the poll book at that point, it doesn't make that an unrecountable precinct.
But in order to open the seal, my understanding is that they have to match.
Okay, that's not my understanding, but there's no point in us debating, since neither one of us, we'd have to appeal to our higher authority on that one. But
Thank you.
That's not my understanding, for what it's worth, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. All right, that's the questions we have. So thank you for coming today. Oh, no, Representative LaFave, sorry. I'm keeping, we've had so many people testify. I have so many tallies, so I missed that one. So Representative LaFave, thanks for waiting. Please, when you're ready, ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We talk about big boxes. These big metal boxes that have the stamp of approval or not by the Board of Canvassers. What are these boxes? What are they for? How big are they? This is multiple questions, I'm sorry. Tell me about the boxes, how big they are, how many ballots there are potentially in each one of them, and what they're for.
Okay. So the boxes are about this tall, about this wide. There was a batch of 50 new boxes purchased by the city of Detroit from Election Source, and roughly 30 of those boxes were defective. They're metal, and there's two sides that meet along the back, and the welds were not done properly, so there's a gap along the back seam. We rejected about 30 of those. Sometime before the November election, they did bring us some repaired containers, and we went through them and then took the red do not use tags off and put certified labels on those. But if I remember correctly, there were only 24, and I could be off by one or two, 24 that came back repaired. As to how many ballots were in those containers, I would have to ask staff. I would maybe look online. I have the precinct number or the absentee counting board numbers, but I don't have the associated ballot counts with those counting boards. Does that answer all of your question?
Well, I only get one, so I would just like to say, if you buy 50 boxes and 30 of them are defective, let's never buy from that company again.
All right. Thank you, Monica. That's the last question for you. We appreciate you coming to testify. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. With that, Mr. Giuliani, we'll let you make your, any closing remarks you have. And it is an hour over what I said it was going to be. Sorry about that, everybody. But we wanted to hear these people. I know that many feel that these people haven't been heard. And so we wanted to provide an opportunity for people to bring forward their stories and be heard. And we've tried to do that today, as did the Senate, I think, yesterday very well, the Senate Oversight Committee. But we wanted to offer you an opportunity to speak, and then I will let each member ask you a question. All right? So go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, this represents the affidavits of the witnesses that we didn't have the time to call.
Yeah, make sure that button's pushed. Thanks. Go ahead.
This represents the affidavits of the people that we didn't get a chance to call. There are hundreds of them, and they specifically allege similar acts of fraud, very similar to the witnesses that you heard. I find it puzzling that there seems to be such confusion about it. Maybe because of my background as a prosecutor, it's pretty obvious to me what happened here. The Democratic leader in Pittsburgh, in Pennsylvania, in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, or in Philadelphia, or in Detroit, or in Las Vegas, or in Phoenix, or in Milwaukee, or in Minneapolis, or in Atlanta, didn't wake up on election morning when all those mail ballots were going to come in and decide we're going to shut out all the Republican poll watchers, or as many as we can. I mean, we've been counting absentee ballots forever. I did it myself when I was a young lawyer. Republican sits on one side, Democrat sits on the other side. We don't have any problem with it. This was uniform shutting out of as many Republicans as possible. In Pennsylvania, 890,000 ballots were cast secretly, with no Republican getting a chance to take a look at the ballot. And in Pennsylvania, there are 600,000 more votes counted, mail votes counted, than mail ballots they can find. This is a swindle. It's a con job. It's a theft of an election. And it was carried out by the same method in the city of Detroit. And with all due respect to Detroit, several analyses of corrupt cities, my city, New York, comes ahead of Detroit. So I'm not saying this with any pride, but it happens to be one of the most corrupt cities in the United States. On any measure, I just checked online here, it comes in 4th, 5th, 3rd, 7th, 8th. Several times New York comes in ahead. So I wonder why the confusion about what happened. They stole the election. Not the first one they stole, not the last one they're going to steal unless you do something about it. But you do something real, not, let's see how we're going to fix it. You've been fixing it for years, and it hasn't gotten fixed. They've been stealing elections for years. And this time, they got a chance to steal it really big because of the ridiculous mail ballot that was created. Back in 1960, the mayor of Chicago, the most corrupt city in America, by the way, just in case, on all the lists, by far, we can all feel better. Chicago's the most corrupt. He helped to steal the 1960 election by holding back the ballots in Chicago so the Republican ballots would come in, and then along with a gentleman named Sam Giancana, they got the ballots they needed to elect their candidate. Last year, 2 years ago in Florida, the same thing happened in Palm Beach and Broward County. It was a 2-point election, Senate, governor. Palm Beach County took 2.5 weeks to report. And finally it ended when they caught a truck like the one coming from Bayport, New York to Philadelphia. They caught a truck in Jacksonville headed to Palm Beach with 100,000 ballots that pretended to be Palm Beach ballots, but they were done up in Jacksonville. And then they had to end the election, and they prosecuted the people in Palm Beach. And remember, this year, we had no problem in Florida. I mean, you were counting for an eternity. Florida was over with that night because the governor had the courage to straighten it out. He had the courage to prosecute the people who committed the fraud. You don't end fraud by prospective measures to deal with fraud. You know how you end fraud? You put criminals in jail. That's how you end fraud. You have the courage. You have the courage to say that certification that was done by your state is a complete phony. It's a false statement made to the United States government. Those are prosecutable, by the way. That's not the vote by any means in Michigan. That's not the vote in Michigan. I don't know what the vote in Michigan is, but it's at least 300,000 or 400,000 votes off from what the real vote in Michigan is. And you heard the anger and the upset of your citizens. They seem to have more passion about it than you do. They figured out what happens because they live on the street. They know what happens in Detroit. Don't scratch your head about what happens in Detroit. They steal elections in Detroit.
Representative, you'll have an
And
opportunity
they steal
to
elections
ask a
in New
question.
York, and they steal elections in Boston, and they steal elections in Philadelphia. And the Democrats were smart enough to pick 10 corrupt cities to play their game out. 10 cities in which they could get away with it. 10 cities in which they could go into court and find a hack judge that will decide anything they want. So, I mean, we can live in this strange world all we want, but we're getting at the point where our freedoms are beginning to be eroded. Our right of free speech has been eroded substantially by the censorship imposed by big tech, big media, big corporations, and the Democrat Party. Our right of freedom of religion, with the ridiculous dictatorial way in which the COVID regulations are imposed on us, like they like to be dictators, these Democrat governors, they're taking away our right of the freedom of religion. Those are basically the two reasons we founded this country. Oh, by the way, there was a third, the right to freely and honestly elect our government. And they're taking that away from us too. It should not go without notice. And you should spend time taking a look at Pennsylvania, look at Philadelphia, look at Pittsburgh, look at how eerily similar it is to what these people testified to. Read the rest of these and see that there are hundreds of people that back them up. That election center in Detroit was a disgrace. You should be ashamed of it as citizens of Michigan. I would be ashamed of it if it was in New York, and it could easily be in New York. And I would do everything in my power to make sure it never happened again. And I would never certify an election or have my name associated with anything that was false. Now, it is your responsibility to do that. Not the governor, not the Secretary of State. You were given that responsibility by our founding fathers. They decided who would be the final arbiter, who should overlook a presidential election. And in Article 2, Section 1, Clause 2, the power is given to you. In the McPherson case in 1892, the United States Supreme Court made clear that you can take that power back any time you want to. Yes. Anytime. You can take it back tonight. You can take it back the day before the electors go down to Washington. You can take it back any time you want. And in case you think it's old law, it was reiterated in Bush v. Gore. You have the right to take it back. You are the final arbiter of how honest or not your election is in your state. And it's your responsibility to stand up to that. And all I can tell you is, we let them get away with this. I don't know what happens after this. This was a concerted plan to fix this election. There's no way that Donald Trump was ahead by 800,000 votes going to bed at night, that he was ahead here by 300,000 votes, that he was ahead in Wisconsin by 400,000 votes, that he was ahead in every state, that over a 4 or 5 day period with this ridiculously corrupt system of counting, they turned around with ballots coming in the back door, ballots being driven down from New York. There's no way that this wasn't stolen. And what it takes is courage. Courage. Not to be afraid of what's happened to these poor people. They've got guts to stand up to what the Democrats do to them. And it's not just the wild and crazy left-wing Democrats who do it. They do it as a way of bullying us. You can see their behavior in this hearing. I can see the difference in behavior between two sides. Maybe sometimes we're too nice. Maybe sometimes we're too decent. Or maybe we shouldn't change. But one thing we should have is we have the ability to defend ourselves and not let our people get kicked around the way those Republicans were kicked around. They wouldn't let it happen, and we shouldn't let it happen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With that, and I asked the crowd, let's be respectful. I think one thing I've made, sir, please, sir, you're out of line. Please, we're having a legislative hearing here. So, I've said all members of this committee, if they wish, can ask a question. I hope we're respectful about that. So, with that, I'll allow Representative LeGrand.
So, Mr. Giuliani, I really just have one question for you. We heard testimony tonight that you got an affidavit from one of these witnesses on November 8, witness who talked about tens of thousands of ballots being riffed through a machine. We had another witness who talked about ballots being double counted, who said that her affidavit dates back to November 3rd. You opened your statement, you made, in your opening statement, you referenced 700,000 fraudulent ballots in Detroit, which is problematic given that there were only 250,000 counted. My question is, given that we have paper ballots in Michigan, why on earth did you not ask for a recount?
Well, there'd be no reason to ask for a recount because you just recount the same fraudulent ballots. Once you have separated the envelope from the absentee ballot or mail-in ballot, you are forever unable to audit them. That's the reason why it is so critical that they be inspected. That's the reason why from time immemorial that's been done and honored by both political parties and honored in the breach by your political party this time nationwide. 71%. There is no way, when they recounted in Atlanta, they just recounted all of the same fraudulent ballots. There's no way to trace those ballots, and that's why the inspection is so critical. And that's why, please don't, I don't need help.
Please, let's allow the conversation. Let's stop yelling in the crowd. Thank you.
And the reality is, if your political party had not bullied, pushed people around, intimidated people, and stopped them from doing their job as inspectors, this would not have happened.
Thank you. Representative Camilleri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Giuliani, this committee heard testimony from a bipartisan group of county clerks in Michigan. One was a Democrat and two were Republicans. They testified that they found no evidence whatsoever of widespread irregularities in this election, and they lauded the municipal clerks and their teams who run elections in Michigan for their tireless effort and commitment to free, fair, and safe elections. Your team has now lost 39 court cases in the aftermath of the election, with judges ruling that there is inadequate evidence to support the sweeping claims that you are making and repeating here tonight, and the unprecedented relief that you are seeking. Yesterday, we learned that U.S. Attorney General William Barr has similarly found no evidence whatsoever of widespread irregularities that are worth investigating. If our local clerks, state and federal judges across the country, and the highest ranking law enforcement official in the United States cannot find any substance to or any merit in any of your arguments, why should we? Why should we sit here in this show that you are partaking in and taking around the country if no one has found any evidence whatsoever of any of your wrongdoing? And why should we not believe the reported attempts of you to try to seek a pardon from the president?
What was the last part?
That last part is not.
You're attempting to seek a pardon, so why is this not
Representative-
part of that?
Representative.
I will ask that he be disciplined for that. First of all,
hold on.
First of all, what he said is untrue. Second, that is a defamation of my professional character. Do you allow that? Do you allow that to happen in your legislature?
As I said,
reported.
As I said, Representative, let's keep it limited to the germane issue here. So,
Just for
Mr.
the
Giuliani,
record,
let me
just
ask
for the
the
record,
question.
we haven't lost 39 cases. We've only brought 3. So you're wrong about that. Second, the reason why people are reaching those conclusions is because, like you, they don't have the discipline, maybe the intelligence, I don't know, to read through this, and to read 20 more like it. You can't tell me there's no evidence when I have a couple of thousand affidavits from people. You can't tell me that your credibility is better than the credibility of those people. They swore under oath. You didn't. And you seem very, very free to lie.
Mr. Giuliani, I'm just
you have
hoping,
a point of order?
I'm just hoping to get an answer to the other questions about Mr. Barr and others who have disproven a lot of
I gave you the answer.
Have a point of order?
The answer that I gave you is they didn't bother to interview a single witness. Just like you, they don't want to know the truth. Well, you probably know the truth. I'm worried about their not wanting to know the truth.
Thank you. Representative C.A. Johnson.
Well, I want to take the time to thank everybody and to thank you, Mr. Giuliani. And I will take the time to just give some quotes that some of my constituents made today. Our elected officials should be condemning.
What is your question, Representative?
Sir.
I'm asking you, what is your
No,
question?
I don't have a question. I would like
If
to.
you don't have a question, then we're going to move on, Representative.
No, that is not fair, sir.
Representative
because
Riley,
our
we're gonna move
elected
on.
officials should be condemning, not.
I'm sorry, you're out of order, Representative. You're out of order. You're out of order. You don't have a question, you're out of order. Representative, you're out of order. You're out of order, Representative. You're out of order, ma'am. You're out of order, Representative. Representative Riley.
Thank you. Mr. Giuliani. So I just wanted to make sure that you were aware that there was real concern before this election by many individuals that there was going to be some crimes committed. And I think one of the ways that we saw that is when we realized that the training that was put on really revealed that it was going to be intentional to mislead some of the poll workers, et cetera, on what to do in the situations that were coming up. So prior to the election, when we saw the training, there was some individuals that made it public that they had gone to some of the trainings and reported back, actually had evidence through recording the trainings and said, these people are going to, this is not right. And so it was not until that came out that and a lawsuit or a suit came out that said basically that was taken to the Court of Claims where they had to rule on this to say, you have to allow people to come up and do your job and get within 6 feet to do your job as a poll challenger. It wasn't until that court case that happened. I also submitted an investigation, asked for an investigation from the Secretary of State prior to the election on this very thing. So I think there were some crimes committed when it comes to impeding what a challenger's role is. I believe it's a felony in the state to do that. And we have a responsibility, I believe, to do that. So I just want to make sure you're aware that we saw this coming and there was an effort to head this off.
Well, I appreciate that. Only thing I would say is I believe it's much worse than you realized it was going to be, and it is not confined by any means to Michigan. I mean, this is what you are describing, cutting off Republican inspectors, happened in 10 cities, all Democrat-controlled cities, all cities with a history of corruption, and in numbers that are not insignificant, in numbers like the hundreds of thousands. Enough to change the election.
All right, and I guess Representative Steve Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Giuliani, for being here today. The purpose of this committee is to search for truth. Whether you like it or not, the goal here is truth. What really happened? In that search for truth are things maybe we aren't happy with, maybe things we are happy with. It's led me to a couple understandings here that are going to probably make people on both sides angry. Number one, starting with Dominion. People that are essentially running our election, refusing to come before this committee and explain themselves. Amen. They are essentially a government contractor. We pay them, I assume, millions of dollars, and yet they will not come before this committee to answer tough questions. Amen. I think at the very least, their contract should be pulled going forward. However, let me continue. We could sit here and we could talk all day long about Dominion, about whether it's accurate, whether there's fraud, whether they're cheating, whether there's foreign influence. And your word is as good as mine. The only way we can actually know for sure whether Dominion actually changed the results of the election is through a hand recount. Now, I understand a hand recount would not... I understand
Let's
that
let Representative Johnson speak, please.
Would not find dead people voting, would not find maybe illegal people voting, but a hand recount would determine if 20 votes went in for someone and the machine said 25 votes came out. a hand recount would identify that. And yet 48 hours, you have 48 hours after the vote certification to request the recount, and we never got that. So instead, what we hear is a lot of talk, a lot of thoughts, a lot of allegations, but we had one opportunity to actually do this, and the Trump campaign did not make that request. That's number one. Moving to Detroit, which is where a lot of this has been centered, and rightfully so. What we saw at the TCF Center was absolutely unacceptable. When you see where they are purposely violating a court order regarding the 6-foot rule, a purposeful violation. This isn't some old court order. This was right before the election. They knew darn well about that court order, and they purposely violated that. Chain of custody issues, absolutely huge. To have boxes that are open with ballots, shocking. It's a box. You can't find a box that actually does its job. And then when you see, and there's video proof of this, not only just the testimony today, but you can see it online where when Republicans were being kicked out, they were being cheered. People were cheering when Republicans were being kicked out. And Republicans were not being let in to fill those spots. When you see the number of out-of-balance precincts, out-of-balance counting boards, not just this election, but previous elections as well in the city of Detroit, the citizens of Detroit deserve better. I quite frankly believe their city clerk should resign based off of their...
Representative,
I'm going to get my question right here.
All right.
However, looking at the votes in Detroit, the votes that are reported, 2016, Hillary Clinton received 234,871 votes. Biden this year, in a high record turnout year, 233,908. That means Biden received 1,000 less votes than Hillary Clinton, one of the most despised candidates of all time. Trump, 2016, 7,682 votes. 2020, 12,654. A 5,000 vote increase. So, to Mr. Giuliani, my question to you is, looking at all of the issues with Detroit, and there are a lot of them, how can we still justify that there was that mass cheating when still Trump's numbers increased by a net 5% versus years before? If someone were cheating, would those numbers not go the exact opposite direction?
No. He might have increased by 10% if it were a legitimate vote. I mean, he was ahead here. He was ahead here by 300,000 votes, which was a massive surprise. Also, let me go back to why we didn't ask for a recount. Doing a recount of the machines is not going to give us anything but the same false result. What we need is a forensic examination of the machines. Number two, this election was, I don't know how much the machines are going to yield anyway. This election was stolen by mail-in ballots. Those are the ballots that were stuck in the machine 8 times, 9 times, 10 times. Look at the numbers. I mean, Biden, I'm guessing now, I've forgotten the numbers here, but Biden got like 80% of the mail-in ballot vote, and Trump got 75% of the election day vote. So we're not going to quarrel with the election day vote. The election day vote is not what stole the election from us. It's the mail ballots, the ones that they wouldn't allow us to inspect. I mean, do you really think, Representative, that they shut us out from inspecting the ballots because they were handling the ballots honestly? I mean, do you really think they en masse pushed us out, put us in corrals, pushed us away, went to court to fight whether or not we can be close to the ballots? You think they did that because they were doing a very careful, honest vote? I doubt it.
I've been very clear that I think there's some major issues there. But when you talk about the...
Yeah, but those major issues, when you look at the numbers, the major issues when you look at the numbers are astounding. Hundreds of thousands of votes were counted there. And I have no idea what a recanvassing of the machines would do for us. A forensic examination of the machines might do something. And in fact, we would like to have the opportunity to look at the rest of those machines in Michigan. I don't know why you're not looking at them. I mean, whatever you want to say about Dominion, read its history. read the history of Dominion, and you'll get an idea of what a crooked company it is, which maybe is the reason they don't want to show up here. They really don't want to tell you that the two of them that own it are Venezuelans, and they brought the two Smartmatic owners, they brought the two guys who are Canadians down to meet Chavez just 2 years ago. They don't want to tell you that. They don't want to tell you about the 5 elections in South America that they fixed. Just read it. Just look it up. Now, I don't know if that really made the difference in the election. I'm not sure. But I do know their plan was to steal this election based on this massive mail-in vote, which, by the way, we have for 20 years been warned against. For 20 years, people wiser than us have said Justice Souter, President Carter, Secretary Baker, Columbia University. You read reports on what is the most dangerous form of voting? What form of voting can be manipulated, and where can you carry out fraud the most? And it's mail-in ballots. And we were stupid enough to go to mail-in ballots.
All right, Representative LaFave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Attorney Jenna Ellis, Mayor Giuliani, all of the witnesses, committee members, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate everybody coming today. I think this was helpful. I've personally got a lot of things that are troubling as well. But my only question for this last witness is what specifically do you want us to do? Is a year coming here today and saying that based on all of these concerning issues, you want the State House and Senate of Michigan to hand the president the 16 electoral votes for Michigan? Is that what your ask is today?
No, I didn't ask that. I asked that you hold, that you take back your power under Article 2, Section 1, Clause 2 of the Constitution, that you take back that power and that you spend the time, not just to listen. I gave you you shouldn't decide anything based on what I gave you. It's just a sample. It's just a sample of things. There's a plethora of evidence that you can go through that will convince you that this election was stolen. I would ask you to go through that. Don't let it just get taken from us, and then we'll find out a year from now what the real plot was. And take a look, to some extent, at what happened in other states. Because the fact that it's so similar in other states gives you a sense that what we're dealing with here was a plan. Not just an accidental, oh gosh, Detroit stole an election, or Chicago stole an election, or New York stole an election. But I think you have a responsibility to go into session, take back look, the people who certified your election, what are they worth?
Can't trust them.
Yeah, I wouldn't have put my name on that piece of paper. Not worth anything. The piece of paper's a lie. We all know it's a lie. We know the figures there aren't correct. They're such wonderful public servants, they put their name on a lie. Why don't you spend the time to find out what the right numbers should be?
I guess, Mr. Mayor, my problem is we have these certifiers who I think, and maybe I'm wrong, but at least in one particular example, they didn't feel confident. They certified the vote. And now you're asked, the legislature is to take, and if I'm wrong again, tell me, to take evidence that, and put my name to it and say that this is definitely what happened. This is that somebody won. I assume it wasn't Kanye West. I don't know. But to figure it out, and you want us to make the decision and then put our stamp of approval on it.
No, I don't want you to do it. The Constitution of the United States says you should do it.
We want
All right.
I don't want you to do it.
Please, let's
read the
stop.
Federalist Papers. It was given to you as the ultimate plenary power because you're the body closest to the people, and therefore the body that they believe could be most trusted to protect the people.
Thank you, Mr.
Not the bureaucrats who made that decision.
Thank you.
Representative C.A. Johnson, are you willing to make a question?
Quick question.
Sure.
Very quick.
Mr. Giuliani. Hi again.
Hello.
Do you think that both you and the president are honest men?
Do I really have to answer that question?
Yes.
Representative C.A. Johnson, Representative,
answer it.
Representative, do you have a point of order?
I'm asking the question.
Representative,
I'm
we're not
asking
gonna-
the question.
we need a
Do you
question
consider
related to the
yourself,
election.
Mr.
Representative, you're out of order. Out of order. Representative, you're out of order. Representative, if you want to ask a question about the election, you can ask the question. But that is not about the election. So, do you have a question about the election, Representative?
I can't because this is a show. No, I just can't.
Representative, do you have a, hold on, Representative. Representative, do you have a question about the election? All right, then I'll turn your mic on. Ask the question about the
Mr.
election.
Giuliani. Oh, did you turn it off?
If you have a
Giuliani.
question about the election, ask it.
I can hear you.
Mr. Giuliani. Do you believe that the citizens of Detroit, those who have voted, feel like what you're doing today is disenfranchising or attempting to disenfranchise the citizens of Detroit?
Just the opposite. I would say that trying to
Let's let him
separate
answer.
the honest from the dishonest vote is saving the franchise, because every dishonest vote deprives an honest person of their vote.
I agree. I absolutely agree.
Let's let him, Representative, let's let him answer the question.
Yeah, he just did.
Okay, then.
Yeah,
I think,
he just did.
Oh,
And
then-
so I agree with you. Dishonesty is dishonesty, right? Right.
Thank you, Representative. All right, Mr. Giuliani, I think that's the question's for you. I know Jenna Ellis asked to say something. I'm not sure what, but what is it you wanted to say? You have some kind of closing statement?
Thank you. And I appreciate all of the members of the panel. And typically what I've done before 2 other states is to explain the Constitution and to explain your duty. However, in this particular legislature, it's very apparent that the circus has only been from one side. The witnesses that have appeared before you today have done so as honest, sincere, and forthright citizens bringing concerns to you. And when you are saying that there are concerns but only looking forward, you're not doing your constitutionally obligated and mandated duty. And what we're here to do today is to present to you the evidence that we've been able to do in the last 4 hours. Mayor Giuliani is very correct that this is only a sample. But no honest person can hear these citizens of your own state today look at what happened in Wayne County with the bullying of the 2 GOP Board of Canvassers when they didn't want to certify the election, and can let this proceed. What the Constitution obligates you to do is to take back your plenary power, because the certification was false, clearly. And you can do that, and you should do that, because you have an obligation as state legislators. Now, normally when I've testified in front of state legislators, it's about policy and it's about legislation. This isn't about policy. It's not about politics. It's not about Democrat versus Republican. It's not even about President Trump versus Joe Biden. This is about election integrity. This is about making sure that the people of the state of Michigan are not disenfranchised based on fraud and corruption. That's the reason that we are here. And I asked you at the very beginning to put aside your party and your preconceptions to listen honestly to the people who've appeared before you. Now, I've been a part of many court trials, and you as the fact finders, of course, can determine and assess their credibility. They have sworn affidavits that they all indicated to you they swore under penalty of perjury. That's actually a very big deal for a citizen to come forward and do that. They're doing this because they're patriots and because America cannot function and exist without free and fair elections. Our founders understood that, and that's why they obligated you to be the last guardians of that process. What we're asking you to do is not something that is unheard of. It's not even something that hasn't been contemplated by our United States Supreme Court, which held in that 1892 case that was then cited favorably in Bush v. Gore, that this is your plenary, meaning absolute power. And if you, after an investigation, find that you want to certify the results, that is your prerogative. What we asked initially in the filing of our lawsuits, which, Representative, there were only 3 initially. It's not true that there were 39. And we would appreciate the facts being straight.
There are 39.
We have,
Hey,
not from the Trump
Representative,
campaign.
let's continue.
Not from the Trump campaign. And other concerned parties have certainly brought forward lawsuits for election integrity on their own. And we may have similar interests, but the campaign doesn't represent their lawsuits. But what we asked initially was to simply stop the certification because we had significant, not just concern, but actual evidence. And what you've heard today is not just a speculation, it's not just concern, it's not a conspiracy theory. It's people who were there, who were eyewitnesses, who were telling you what they saw. This was election officials who have violated the laws of your state that you as the General Assembly passed in order to preserve election integrity. There are 2 different tracks. You have the laws of the state that election officials on the ground are supposed to adhere to, and then you have the issue with Dominion. Now, absolutely, the mayor is right that you need to audit those machines, but you have more than enough just based on the election official. Absolute fraud, absolutely ignoring the laws of this General Assembly, the laws of your state, to reclaim your authority. That is your duty, it's your constitutional obligation, and that's why we are in front of you. So I'm happy to answer any questions on the constitutionality, on anything, but I would simply urge you that this is not about policy, it's not about politics, it's not about Democrats versus Republicans. This is about making sure that we are not the generation that is the weakest link in America that does not preserve and protect our free and fair elections and our right to select our commander-in-chief into the next generation. That's what this is about. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any questions? Questions down here for Representative C.A. Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you so much for being here. And I agree with you, too. It should be about us electing our own elected officials. And wouldn't you agree that we have elected our own elected official? And are you saying that some of us should not, our votes don't count?
Not at all, Madam Representative. The point is that when so much fraud dilutes the vote of the people that you serve and your constituents, then it's irredeemably compromised. And you may like the outcome of this fraud, but imagine if there were witnesses that were testifying to the exact same thing and the outcome had been for President Trump. The point here is that corruption is corruption and it dilutes the vote, and that cannot stand. And so, no, your state has not actually selected anyone for president. I mean, in fact, the representative said, Kanye, maybe, he doesn't know. I think that's where everyone is at, where we don't know. And what we do know is that there has been a massive amount of fraud, irregularities, and
Thank you.
Well, I'm still finishing. Thank you. There have been massive amount of irregularities. There have been ignorance and complete disregard for the law of the state of Michigan. And so when it is so irredeemably compromised, when you have something like what happened in Wayne County, you have the intimidation of officials who are trying to do the right thing, intimidation even here in this committee of witnesses. That is unacceptable, and you should reclaim your constitutionally obligated authority so that you can make sure that the person that you send your delegates for genuinely reflects your constituency. And I hope that your constituency would demand and require that of you.
All right, thank you. I don't see any other questions, so thank you for your testimony.
Very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, too. And appreciate everyone who testified here today. We're grateful for that. I know a lot of stories were told here today of brave people who came forward about what they experienced. Can we wait until after the hearing's over, please, people? So we've heard a lot of brave people give stories today that, are difficult for them to tell. And so we're grateful for that. And it's important to listen. It's important to listen to these stories. It's important to allow people to present what they've heard and what they've seen. And we've allowed clerks to testify here, and there'll be more people who testify on other days too. But everyone should be heard, and people shouldn't be heard and bullied. There shouldn't be bullying going on. I thought this was important to bring the mayor here to hear his story, to hear the story of all these people across Michigan who have these stories of fraud, and we had to cut some of them off because it went long. But I'll also say I did think it was important to have a hearing with Republicans and Democrats where we could have debate, and tough questions should be asked and could be asked. I will note, though, that I was disappointed today because I felt that there were opportunities to ask good questions, and those were not taken. Instead, we heard a lot of interjections, a lot of attacks, a lot of just partisan rhetoric, and I was disappointed about that today. And I apologize to those witnesses who had to deal with that. That wasn't fair. But ultimately, I appreciate everyone going through that and telling their story. We wanted both sides to be heard, and I'm disappointed. I feel like we need Dominion to come in and testify in order to know more about this system, and we'll continue to work toward that because we have a lot of questions for them. So with that, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Thank you, Jenna, and thank you to all the witnesses today. So with that, seeing no further business before the committee will stand adjourned.
All right, everyone, I want to thank you for joining us tonight on Right Side Broadcasting. We're not done yet. Brian, Glenn, and Philip Torino, our correspondents, are live there, and they're going to try to get some interviews, possibly with Rudy Giuliani and Jenna Ellis. So stand by for about 2 minutes or so while we transition our coverage from the hearing room to outside. We'll be right back.
We're not just any news network. We show the crowd. We show the energy. We show the enthusiasm. We interview people. We show the smiles on everyone's faces as they fill into one of these venues to support their president, to support their values, their beliefs, their flag, their country. We show all of that to you. We bring it right up to you and make it personal, as if you're with us here experiencing it for yourself. This is one of the things that we pride ourselves in doing, is showing you on the ground experience of how people are seeing it and experiencing it for themselves. Just the energy is so electric and exciting. People recognize us everywhere we go. We have to stop and take photos. There are thousands of people that come up to us after each event and ask us to keep fighting for them, keep showing the truth. They thank us. They thank us for giving them a voice, because nobody else will give them a voice. Instead, they take who they really are and turn them into something that they're not. They try to say that these are white supremacist gatherings and they're neo-Nazis. They spin all these false narratives, but in reality, there are Filipinos, there are Thai people, they're Chinese, they're Brazilian, they're Cubans, they're Africans, they're Jamaicans, they're Americans. There are people from all over the world, to be honest with you. Everybody supports this president. Everybody supports American ideals of liberty, truth, freedom. We can't thank you enough for supporting us at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We are almost entirely viewer supported. This isn't just our network, it's your network. This is a network for the people. This is a network that's about truth, delivering the truth, showing what's actually happening in the world from the perspective of the average person. We don't take money from big corporations. We don't take money from billionaires and big donors. We are all about the people. We're an independent media corporation. Your donations keep us to support Right Side Broadcasting. Go to our website, go to rsbnetwork.com/donate. Send your checks to our physical address or donate via Super Chat during our live streams. God bless you, and thank you for supporting Right Side Broadcasting Network.
All right, everybody, we should be up in just a second live from Lansing outside. Just give us 1 second while we do this. And I want to tell you really quick to subscribe if you're not subscribed already. We're almost to 1 million YouTube subscribers, which that is so amazing. And let's see where we're at here. Okay, so we need about 1 more minute and we'll be live from the state capitol there in Lansing. Just a second.
About 3 hours wrapped up, and as you know, that they said initially they wanted to get this wrapped up by 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, but we went well into that. Brian Glenn, Philip Torino joining you for a little bit of post coverage here at the House of Representatives here in Lansing, Michigan, as Rudy Giuliani and Jenna Ellis wrap up their testimony there. Many witnesses. Philip, we're going to try to get some people in here shortly. We got Rudy just walked by, Jenna Ellis just walked by as well. We'll try to get them on the set. But before that, thoughts of what you heard today?
I think what we heard today was extremely compelling. Rudy questioning some of the people who were on the stand there. Yesterday, as you know, we were in front of the Michigan State Senate. Some folks were there yesterday as well, kind of telling the same story. It's a sworn affidavit. An issue that came up in the middle of the hearing was having them swear in everything they said. Well, everything they are mentioning, it's important to note, was already said in a sworn testimony, which is a penalty of perjury. They can go to jail if they are lying. So everything they've said, everything they're talking about in these hearings, they've already done under the penalty of perjury in their sworn affidavits. And I think that's something very important to note for the viewers.
Absolutely. And we saw a little bit of pushback early on in this testimony from not only some of the panel, some exchanges were involved, and we had obviously a little bit of authority given over the crowd there. But as evidence, Philip, keeps coming out on this, it seems like there is a continual pushback to hear this in the public sphere.
Absolutely. It's important to mention that there are very few networks here today, and out of the ones who were here, it was conservative networks predominantly who showed up today to show this event to the American people. And I think that's something that's important to know. And if there is no voter fraud, and they're not worried about it, then why aren't they okay with exposing some of this quote-unquote voter fraud? But it's because there is, and that's why they won't show it on the media, which is their propaganda machine. And when they can control what you see and don't see, then they also control the narrative.
And we heard a lot of testimony about ballots appearing in the middle of the night and voting stopped late at night and continuing on the 4th of November. Things that we've heard before. We heard that at the Senate Oversight meetings yesterday. A lot of that testimony we heard today. We've got ballots showing up in the middle of the night. We got the mail-in ballots, which we pointed out from day one have been very questionable as far as the authenticity of these mail-in ballots. And then we have the Dominion software system, which we've known from experts. We've had forensic experts. We've had technology experts. We had one today. I'm going to grab her in here in a second. We've heard all this evidence of the opportunities within that system to commit election fraud, and that's what we heard again today.
Absolutely. I mean, and it's proven that dead people have voted in this election. It's proven that there has been cases of fraud in this election, and on top of that, there's many other things that could have slipped through the cracks in the process. So that's why it's so important, and I believe that's why the Trump campaign is taking this approach to make sure that every single legal vote is counted, because there seems to be large discrepancies across the board in all these major swing states.
Absolutely. Okay, before we get to some of our interviews, and they're just off camera here, I want to go ahead and say a big thank you to Mike Lindell over at MyPillow.com. He is a true partner right here at Right Side Broadcasting. We want to say thank you. We've got a special offer for all of our viewers. Right now, we got Christmas time coming up. What a wonderful time to grab a gift. Those Giza sheets or the great pillows and the dog pillows. And
dog beds?
Doug got dog beds, and you and I both got animals, so we can definitely buy one of those as well. But we want to say thank you to him. And here's the deal. Right now, go to MyPillow.com, MyPillow.com, and put in the promo code RSBN. That's RSBN, and get up to 66% off on those products on the website. Of course, browse that website. They've got a bunch of products there that you can definitely make a fine gift for someone this holiday season. Go to MyPillow.com, put in the promo code RSBN, and get up to 66% off. That's a huge savings that is allowing all of us here at RSBN to take advantage of. And of course, some proceeds of these sales on MyPillow.com go straight to funding very much what we're doing here today. We've been camped out here in Lansing for a number of days now, trying to bring all these hearings to you. So thanks to Mike Lindell and MyPillow.com, that is extremely possible for us to do that. And of course, viewers like you, we want to say thank you, because your giving has been so generous over the last few years. And of course, now as we kind of go into OT time with coverage.
And we're all over the place. We're in the bus tour, which is making its way around the country, predominantly on the eastern seaboard through the Midwest. That is a huge feat for us to tackle. The fact that we're doing this is really quite historic, and that's not the only place that we're at. I mean, we're here, we're on the bus tour, we've been traveling to Arizona, we've been trying to bring you to every single place that these people are at. So please, it is so important that you help RSBN keep moving forward. We want to say thank you on behalf of the entire RSBN team here for helping make this possible.
Absolutely. Okay, why don't you do this, Phil? Why don't you go there and see if you can find Braden. Braden's one of the guys that testified yesterday in the Senate Oversight hearing. We want to bring him in on this conversation because, like we said before, there was a few familiar faces today that we saw yesterday in the Senate Oversight meeting, and we want to get them on. They were people that claimed they saw boxes and boxes of ballots coming in the middle of the night on the 4th of November. People that say they've seen people oversee a voting machine that had no idea what that voting machine did and what the procedure for voting was. So we've got all these witnesses. I want to bring in Braden right now. You can just come as you are, my friend. Come on inside here. First thing, I got you. First name, what's your full? I saw you yesterday, but let's just for our viewers that might have missed that yesterday. First name and what's your involvement here in this testimony?
Hi, my name is Braden Jacobazi. I was a poll challenger at Cobo Hall or TCF Arena on the 4th, on Wednesday. And what I witnessed there was absurd. I am an unaffiliated voter. I'm an engineer. I like methodical thinking. I'm not there to antagonize people, but most of the people there, a lot of the people there were very clearly there to antagonize me.
Okay, we saw a little bit of pushback today, as we saw some yesterday. What is your take when you see some of these legislatures not believe the stories and testimony? We saw C.A. Johnson, Representative Johnson, say that here, that she thought they were lying. And as someone who's been there, you've seen this yourself, firsthand witness, what's your message to her that's calling you a liar, basically?
I think that's a pathetic display that she put on, because here she is sitting on a stage, grandstanding, having no knowledge of IT, no knowledge of technology, no knowledge of cyber warfare, and claiming that these people, like Melissa Carone, right, like Jesse, who was up there, these people that did their jobs, that educated themselves in order to become good at what they're doing, that they don't know what they're talking about. Melissa Crone, 2 degrees, you heard her, right? She's an IT specialist, she knows what she's doing. And she's being lectured to by somebody on a stage that has no idea about anything and probably has no technical degrees in her background, not that I know. So it's kind of absurd, and that's kind of the circus that we're being put through here. And it's kind of sad that if you look around this lobby, the only people that we see here covering this are 3 conservative news networks. It's empty because they are silencing this story and they're crushing it, and you guys are doing the right thing, but nobody else will do it.
Yeah, we were just talking to another network here, Fox, that was here, and we said the same thing. There's really no other, liberal or other news source here that's contributing. So, but we appreciate that. So, where do we go from here? I mean, what's planned for you? Any more testimony that you'll be bringing up in the following weeks?
Well, one of the things that I'd like everyone to know, because I do have a sworn affidavit, but one of the things that I want people to know is when I was sitting in on the initial hearing that they had, the initial Senate Oversight hearing, they had 3 county clerks on, and all those county clerks claimed that they had the most secure election possible in history. They said the most secure election in history. I heard it multiple times throughout that 5 hours or whatever it was, right? The politicians also said that. Well, this was the most secure election possible. Why? Because Dominion told them it was, so it must have been. And you can tell that none of these people are credentialed. And as an engineer, I'm no genius with everything, but I have enough of a technical, mathematical, software background that I can know that there's plenty of exploits that could be done on these machines. And I've looked at the manual, and I can see that you can do ranked choice voting, right? You can have blank ballots, or you can adjudicate them and adjust them to give fractionalized votes and give votes to people that never wanted to vote that way. And that's something that those politicians that are debating with an IT specialist either have no idea about or they have no integrity. These people that are debating with somebody like Melissa Crone either have 0 IQ or 0 integrity.
Okay. How does your personal life change ever since you testified yesterday and got involvement? We've heard stories of people getting harassed, kids getting harassed off social media, getting kind of trolled. How's it affected your life?
So what I've found is that I've been doxxed, I've been harassed, I've been shamed, I've been dead named online. And these are all by people, well, not all, several of them are by people that I called friends for decades, right? Because it's like a cult mindset that the left has on these people because they've been brainwashed. Because like I said, there's nobody else here except you guys and 2 other stations, and one of them already left. It's an empty lobby. It's a ghost town here right now because nobody is covering possibly the greatest fraud, the greatest theft in American history, and it's frightening.
Well, we appreciate your time. God bless you stepping up to the plate and being a part of this. Thank you so much. I'll bring Philip over here in just a second. As we were looking for, I don't know if they've already left the building or not, Jenna Ellis and Rudy Giuliani. Don't know what the status on theirs. I'll bring Philip in. Did you find anybody? Did
Rudy and Jenna were whisked off by security outside of the building. There's nothing we could do about it at this point. Security and Bernard Kirk, they took him out. He did speak with some networks over there. Unfortunately, we're not able to grab it today, but we will be able to maybe hopefully do so in the future. And we thank you all for watching it. It really does mean a lot. We will continue to do so. We'll continue to bring you this coverage. We will continue to do everything we can to make sure that you hear the truth and that you stay on the right side.
Absolutely. And of course, we want to thank all of our viewers. You can always donate to all of our efforts here. rsbnetwork.com/donate. rsbnetwork.com/donate to help continue us to fight for a legal and rightful election. That's exactly what we're seeking here today. I don't know. We can't show the lobby, but it has cleared out. Looks like everyone has been told to leave. So, Joe, I will end it here, send it back to you in the studio. Now, stay tuned because we're all over the place. We're on the best tour. Of course, we might end up in different states tomorrow for some Senate hearings. You just never know. We might be back at the White House bringing you the very latest from there. So, Philip Trino, Brian Glenn here, signing out from Lansing, Michigan. Until next time, goodbye and God bless.